come out of this one today?
Good. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, are we on air? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to our August meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education. Delighted to welcome all of our guests to the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. Mr. Schoen, do we have a quorum? We got him. All right. Excellent. All right, then with that, I'd like to invite us to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. First, a few housekeeping items. All State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board MSDE website, through our live stream vendors website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. We have a packed agenda today. We're going to be taking a first look at our state assessment results. We're going to be discussing literacy policy. We have guests coming to talk with us about national trends and policy and practice around AI. We're going to be having a public hearing this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. on the literacy policy. We've got a lot we're going to be taking on. But our first agenda item for today, colleagues, will be public comment. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We're going to be taking in-person registrants first, following virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform that will be used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by our Executive Director, Mr. Hands. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the entire board, not an individual board member. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but trust that we take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials may be submitted to Mr. Hands, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. To date, we have, looks like 3 individuals in person and 5 virtual. We will begin with Mr. Ian Lind on testing and exams. Mr. Lind. Do we have a Mr. Lind? All right, we'll go to our next person. We have Ms. Shamoya Gardner, Threats to the Blueprint. Good morning.
Nice mics. Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, and members of the Maryland State Board of Education. For the record, I am Shamoya Gardner, addressing you for the last time as Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland. You will hear from our vibrant, soon-to-be interim Executive Director, Riya Gupta, this afternoon. I am here with a bit less of a parting message and more of a parting agenda that I hope the board takes under consideration. The blueprint for Maryland's future is as imperiled as it has ever been right now. Despite the hard work of many blueprint implementation coordinators and dedicated agency staff, I urge the board to spend some time doing a public retrospective at one of its upcoming fall meetings about the factors that led to the dismantling of the Thornton Commission's Bridge to Excellence legislation and compare what factors today look similar to that time period. We are approaching a critical juncture. The upcoming legislative session is vital for realizing the promise of world-class schools for all students. In Annapolis this winter, I urge the board to take a position in favor of securing the revenue that is necessary to fully fund the blueprint throughout the remainder of its implementation. We are technically at the start of the third full year of implementation, and unfortunately, we know that we only have enough state revenue left dedicated to the Blueprint Fund for the next couple of years. This is the time to act, and frankly, last session was the time to act, and I think the board's investment in the Blueprint has been evidenced and would be aligned with some priorities around full funding. I also implore the board to support an adequacy study. Counties have valid questions about their shared financial commitments that cannot be answered until we're talking about the cost of the Blueprint in current day dollars as opposed to 2019 dollars. Please do not abandon the work of assessing and addressing concentrated student poverty in schools. It is very heartening to see MSDE's continued commitment to multilingual learners, to students who have educational disabilities, and we urge you all to continue the work of appropriately identifying, assessing the needs, and then addressing the needs of students who are experiencing concentrations of poverty. There are implications at the state and federal level for each year that we fail to do this. And on the point of expert review teams, you all know that they're intended to ensure that the provisions of the blueprint are implemented with fidelity so that the results we get are based in what the law was intended to be. And while, of course, literacy is 100% a necessary precondition for success in the blueprint, it is also not the only one. Community schools, for example, which are facing a dearth of opportunities for out-of-school time programming, which is necessary to the successful implementation of the strategy, could benefit from more attention from expert review teams. Finally, I will say that I'm going to have FOMO for all the conversations you'll continue to have this fall and throughout the winter and the great work that's ahead. Please continue it with Rhea and my brilliant team by your side, and thank you.
Ms. Gardner, just for a moment, I want to say thank you for your leadership, your advocacy. I think it's fair to say that that without your tireless advocacy, your thoughtful leadership, we wouldn't be where we are in the state in terms of the blueprint implementation. Our 900,000 students of Maryland have benefited greatly from your commitment and dedication to this work. So we wish you well in your future endeavors and are grateful that you've left strong schools in good hands. And just want to thank you again for your commitment to this work.
Thank you so much.
All right, next I'd like to welcome Ms. Kashena Cross, the mayor of Glen Arden, on core values. Okay. All right, we're going to move then to our virtual participation. First up, we have Ms. Saroff on special education. Ms. Saroff, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I don't want to bring up a negative note for the second day of school, but I've been spending my summer this year, as I have the last 3 years, troubleshooting special education for ESY, which does impact our schools in the fall and the spring. ESY is not something trivial for students. It is something that needs to be addressed appropriately as it is on an IEP. One of the things that I have noticed, particularly this summer, is a lack of attention to support systems. If a child needs additional adult support, that means that the school needs to make sure that there is enough additional adult support in each and every classroom. One student for a school does not make sufficient additional adult support for anybody. That is one of the things that I had to deal with over the summer. I think that it is incumbent on the Maryland State Board of Education to start taking into consideration that every school system handles special education differently, and they don't always follow the rules that they're supposed to follow because of that. We need to be a lot more doubling down on making sure that each and every school system is following the rules, knows the rules, so that our students get what they need. Because that is something that is not happening. It's getting worse. We are moving students into general education because we think that that is our understanding of least restrictive environment. Least restrictive environment is different for every single student with a disability. And we have to be mindful of that consideration. The last thing I want to mention really quickly, and I will start working on this, we need to have a way of bringing all the information together and not have things looked at piecemeal. And there is a way, and next month I will try to bring it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saroff. Next up, we have Delvin Champagne, relocation of French Immersion School.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Great.
Yes. My name is Delvin Champagne. I'm parent. I want to bring you greetings from Didor Kennedy French Immersion. Bonjour to the board. My name is Delvin Champagne. I am a parent of 3 students at Didor Kennedy French Immersion. My son is a 7th grader. He speaks fluent French at Didor Kennedy French Immersion, and my daughters are going to the 3rd grade, and they're coming along very well. The reason why I am also a licensed educator. I've been an educator for more than 22 years. I've been licensed in the state of Maryland for more than 17 years as an occupational therapist providing IEP special education services. The reason why I am addressing the board today is to discuss the relocation of Didor Kennedy French Immersion. Some of you may have heard back in the spring the hot mic conversation town hall with Didor Kennedy French Immersion and the new administration at PGCPS. I just want to bring you guys the good news of Didor Kennedy French Immersion. Didor Kennedy French Immersion is the #1, based on the Maryland report card, the #1 highest performing middle school in Prince George's County. We meet and exceed test scores. We are tied for the #1 middle school with Glenarden Woods Tag School by the Maryland State on a report card. We were a blue ribbon school in the previous years, and we were as recently a Maryland PTA School of Excellence. The reason why I'm writing is to discuss our relocation, our proposed relocation. Spring Hill Lake Elementary School is receiving P3 relocation funding to build a new school in 26. The administration's proposal is to relocate Spring Hill Lake, is to relocate Didor Kennedy out of our school in Greenbelt, back where we were, into the Robert Goddard Montessori School that can house us. Didor Kennedy have more than 650 students. Robert Goddard can only house 500 students. And their plan is to expand manufactured trailers into, what is in trailers. And they want to relocate Spring Hill Lake into Door Kennedy French Immersion, kick us out of our school, in a school where we don't have our French identity, and they can house us. Our proposal is to temporarily transport Spring Hill Lake 3 miles up Greenbelt Road to Robert Goddard French Immersion, where they can house them. Please save Door Kennedy. Our website, www.savedkfi.com. Please save our school and maintain our beautiful school community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne. We appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to invite Courtney Evans on virtual schooling.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to testify on the benefits of access to a fully synchronous, comprehensive virtual education and urge you to work with parents, teachers, and local school systems across the state to ensure that any Maryland student who needs it can access a high-quality virtual school for free. In spite of best efforts, there are students who fall through the cracks in every local school system. Tight budgets and staffing struggles can make it difficult to recognize and support learning needs that aren't triaged through existing special education IEP and 504 supports. But even in well-funded school systems, there are barriers to learning that can only be removed by a virtual platform. There are many examples of this, and I'll share a few. Number one, general education students with sensory needs who feel more comfortable learning at home because they're not torn between feeling distracted by the need to STEM and concerned about being labeled a distraction in a traditional classroom. For example, a kid who needs to stand up and move frequently is not a disruption to a virtual class, or a student who concentrates best when humming can simply mute. There are also kids who are extremely shy who don't feel comfortable speaking up in a traditional classroom, but will form bonds with classmates and teachers by first speaking up through chat in a virtual classroom. These kids might get by in person, but they thrive in a virtual environment. Number two, schools that have advanced students who need enrichment, but not enough of them to make a full class, can offer opportunities through a virtual school where one teacher can accomplish what would have taken 3 or more in person. This is an exciting opportunity that's also a cost-saving measure for local systems. Number three, students with close family members who are medically vulnerable or require care. Programs like home and hospital teaching do not account for family circumstances. Students with a parent or sibling that's medically vulnerable or who themselves have a child to care for may need to learn from home. Number four, foreign service families or students that must travel frequently, including elite athletes and students who are experiencing homelessness. Virtual schools can provide these students a consistent, high-quality education. Number five, students who would otherwise be homeschooled or in a private virtual school. There are many families and circumstances that require home instruction who are otherwise unable or unsuited to homeschool. These families have been pushed out of local school systems as virtual schools have closed, and they would happily return. Some are being forced to pay out of pocket for private virtual education that's inferior to the fully synchronous, comprehensive virtual experience that some local school systems offered. Number six, students who are bullied or have suffered trauma at school. Some students who struggle with anxiety, depression, and bullying in person see tremendous improvement in a virtual school where the environment is controlled, focused, and positive. It gives them an opportunity to build safe, positive connections that help them heal and succeed at the same time. And number seven, special education students who communicate through electronic devices. In a virtual school, students who rely on communication through electronic devices are able to freely communicate with general education peers and be integrated into a classroom in ways that are not possible in person. This enriches the lives and education of these students as well as their peers. A high-quality, fully synchronous virtual school has the ability to obliterate barriers to learning. It can catch kids who are falling through cracks and give them a space to thrive. I ask you to please consider with some degree of urgency working with state and local partners to provide a comprehensive virtual education to any Maryland student who wants or needs it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Evans. Next, we have Sterling High on virtual education.
Good morning. My name is Sterling High, and I'm the father of 2 wonderful children here in Montgomery County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm also testifying to raise support for the idea that any student in Maryland who needs it should have access to a full virtual education. I have experience with both the benefits of having this type of virtual access and also the detriments for a student who, when they do not have that access to a full education in a virtual classroom environment. On one hand, I've seen the growth and achievement that is enabled by having a virtual classroom full of peers and access to qualified teachers who are providing a full-time synchronous curriculum. On the other, I've seen the frustration, disappointment, and discouragement that occurs when a student is completely isolated from peers and only given a few hours of instruction a week. Specifically, I'm speaking about what happens when a student is relegated to using home and hospital service, not just as a temporary bridge until they are able to return to a classroom, but as the only long-term education that is made available for them. For those that are unfamiliar with home and hospital teaching, or what we used to call in Montgomery County interim instructional services, it is comprised of just 4 to 6 hours of virtual instruction a week in just math and reading, and it is usually just with 1 or 2 other students taught at a time. Just 2 classes a week in 2 core subjects and no classmates. The rest of the time, the student is left idle. To put it another way, if a student receives home and hospital for a whole year, which happens far too often, that student will miss the equivalent of 153 out of 180 days of school. Can you imagine a bright and eager young learner who is excited to go to school and participate in class with their friends, but because of a chronic health condition, they are not only forced to stay home, but are also only given a couple of classes a week? Because too many families, including mine, have lived that and are once again facing another year of isolation and learning loss because of this. Home and hospital is meant to be just a temporary solution, but for too many students, it has been provided as the only point of educational access for years at a time. But it doesn't have to be this way. While there is still a need for services like home and hospital, for the past several years, there have been virtual academies across the state established under the guidance of the state superintendent and MSDE that enabled full virtual access. And for many students, it was the first time in their lives that they were ever able to be a part of a classroom instead of isolated at home in home and hospital services. But now, unfortunately, too many local systems are shuttering their virtual schools. Many students who are leveraging a full and appropriate education at these virtual academies are once again relegated to isolating and insufficient home and hospital services. There is a role for the State Board of Education and Superintendent to ensure students continue to have access to a full education, even virtually. Each student in Maryland deserves this type of access no matter what county they live in. Please work with state lawmakers and local boards and superintendents to ensure that any student who wants or needs it can access comprehensive virtual schooling. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. High. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Antoinette Dempsey Waters registering for school. Welcome. Okay. All right, that concludes our public comment section of the meeting. Looks like we may have, is Mr. Lind? Please come forward. We can take you at this time on testing and exams. Welcome.
Thank you. So it's actually about like school safety and public infrastructure. This is something I also want to talk about. Good morning, President, Michael, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Ian Lind. I'm a passionate advocate for education reform and justice and equality in educational and communal spaces for youth in historically disadvantaged communities. I believe one of our goals in education is to create an environment where students are offered a degree of insulation to both the domestic and the foreign in our unpredictable and rapidly changing political climate, in addition to brace them in tackling escalating and newfound challenges as innovators, leaders, and humanitarians. Today I'm here with one agenda to raise awareness on the boundary blurring behaviors of perpetrators of sexual, emotional, environmental grooming in educational spaces. In the US, approximately 10% of public school students report being sexually abused by a school employee. Stopping sexual misconduct directed toward students means understanding the process that adults use to prepare them to be abused. The process, called grooming, typically disguised as a pattern of boundary blurring behaviors over time between people in position of unequal power. Grooming, regardless of its formal attributes and classification, all has the purpose of gaining student trust, as well as the trust of parents and colleagues. The topic is personally irrelevant because one of my personal friends has been the target of a faculty member who has taught for decades and continue to teach at a middle school in Prince George's County. I think this is interesting.
Mr. Lind, just very quick, I want to make sure. So if there's a specific
This is,
matter, so we're going to make sure we
Okay.
keep comments general moving forward.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
This is not about there's no like identifying like.
Okay, then you may proceed. Thank you.
Yes. It's just a case that I think it's
I just want to be very clear, cannot have any specific individuals mentioned in the case. If you have general comments, you can proceed with those.
Please, thank you. As a victim of domestic violence, neglect while being neurodivergent, she met him when she was 12. They shared a close bond and socialized outside of professional settings through behaviors regarded as pro-social by others, such as direct attentions and attempted mentorship. It was never questioned and deemed abnormal by bystanders. Through bonding activities such as time spent together, special attention, and gifts, she created this facade that all his students and colleagues, as kind, gentle, understanding, caring, generous, charming, and accessible, especially to her. The goal of perpetrator is to minimize the nature of offense to shape it into a acceptable relationship as friend, fatherly figure, peers, even romantic partners. Although he never initiated sexual contact with her when she was underage, she strategically.
Thank you, Mr. Lind. We
kept
appreciate
him-
your comments. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That ends our public comment for today. We appreciate the public taking time to share with us local concerns, and we value the insight and, again, take it under advisement. At this time, I do want to, would be remiss if I did not welcome a very special guest with us, one of our former board members, Senator Gail Bates, who is in the audience with us today. Please, Senator Bates, please stand. Thank you for joining us. Excellent. Thank you for being here. All right, at this point in the agenda, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. We have 3 items: approval of the July 23 meeting minutes, personnel actions, and budget adjustments for July. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Paul, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? It appears to be unanimous. Thank you. All right, with that, I do want to I just want to take a moment to officially welcome back all of our students, families, and teachers for the 2024-2025 school year. We are blessed to live in a state that is so deeply committed to investing in our young people and have committed to doing so through public education. This year, we are entering full implementation of the blueprint for Maryland's future, and we're delighted to have such strong, consistent leadership as we enter this school year with our state superintendent, Dr. Wright. I was delighted to join Dr. Wright in visiting yesterday at Tyler Heights Elementary School in Anne Arundel County. The first week of school is truly an exciting time of the year for students, staff, and families. And we know it sets the tone for the school year to come. We are still setting the tone with my 5-year-old at home. Our board has had the privilege of joining with schools across the state in nearly all of our jurisdictions. So we've been out and about starting last week in Frederick County. Ms. McCusker, Mr. Paul, and I joined Dr. Dyson and educators in Frederick County, and we'll be visiting through next week in nearly all of our 24 jurisdictions. While we have a lot to celebrate across our school systems, I do want to take a moment to welcome back our families, teachers, and students specifically. First, to our families, thank you for trusting us with your children. We take this responsibility very seriously and embrace the opportunity to educate and inspire them. For 7 hours a day, 180 days of the school year, we commit to ensuring your children are safe, loved, inspired, engaged, and challenged. And as your student's first teacher, we invite you to join us as partners. Reach out to learn more about your child's progress. Bring your expertise to the table while honoring the expertise of our teachers and when you join us in school and engage with us throughout the year. Thank you for trusting us. To our educators, thank you for your service. Because you have agreed again this year to commit your talents and professional expertise to public education, our state is able to make whole on the promise of an excellent public education for all students. As a public school teacher, you commit to educating not some, but all children that enter your classroom, meeting their needs to the best of your ability. Our commitment to you here at MSDE and the State Board is to provide top-level support, feedback, and training so that you can give your best to our students. We know that we can only expect you to pour into our students as much as we pour into you. And we know that you've committed to this profession not because of the money, although compensation should be getting better with the blueprint, but because of your commitment to improving the lives of others. Thank you for leaning in to love and care for all of our children, educating them with the same passion and intentionality as if they were your own. And thank you for meeting the call to serve your students, your school community. When you walk into one of the Maryland's 1,400 schools each day, you are answering the call to serve our state. Thank you for your service. And finally, to our students, our message is join us. Our educators have been preparing for you all summer. This is your moment to set positive purpose and intention for the year ahead. The state of Maryland believes in you, believes in your potential. That's why our leaders, including Governor Moore and your elected representatives, have made record investments in public schools through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Your education is serious business, your business. Don't stand in the way of your own greatness. Put the phone away, sit towards the front of the class, ask good questions, get to know your teachers, make some new friends, and try something new. This is your moment. Join us. The State Board is eager for the core work of teaching and learning to begin in classrooms across Maryland this fall. We wish students, educators, and families a safe, purposeful, and joyful return to school. With that, I am delighted to turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce staff and presenters on our next portion of the agenda, 2023-2024 Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Results. Dr. Wright.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Michael, and thank you for your comments. I'm going to ask Mr. Sanderson to come forward, Dr. Collins to come forward. There's two pieces of information. One, we are going to be doing a pretty deep dive on the latest 2024 MCAP results. And we are also going to bring an update on the aligned metrics that you passed as well. And the action that we are requesting of you today is to adopt the revised targets for both math and ELA proficiency to reflect a growth of 10% improvement over the next 2-year period of time. But first we'll go with, start with MCAP. Mr. Sanderson, you're on.
Let's see what happens. Well, okay. Good morning, board members. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Michael. That was energizing as a husband who got to see a brand new third grade teacher come home last night. Fully appreciate your sentiments as we were in bed both probably by 8 p.m. last night. So this morning I get the pleasure and honor to share with you all the latest on the assessment results for the state of Maryland. Joined here with my colleague, Dr. Collins, kind of go through the first part of the presentation. We'll lay out what is or was our most recent performance as well as some historical trends. And then after that, we'll shift into what is going to be the agency's response based on the data that we're now seeing and the trend analysis that we've conducted. So with that, we'll outline briefly the full suite of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. We'll shift into 3 primary core areas, focusing on English language arts, mathematics, and science. We'll shift into what's going to be MSDE's response. And then at the end, I have appendix just captures some timelines on a going forward basis for additional information that will be shared in the coming months. You'll see Maryland has a very robust and comprehensive assessment program that essentially assesses all students in all grade levels and addresses the needs of each of our students as best as any particular measurement can. We assess in core content areas. We also assess for those students that are learning English as a second language, in addition to determining the preparedness of our students as they start their educational career, particularly in kindergarten. This next slide shows broadly the last 3 years of performance in English language arts broken out by grade level. You'll see the overall proficiency rate for English language arts came in at approximately 48%. When you look at the range that existed in scoring by grade level, you'll see that in 5th grade, we had approximately 44% of our students that were proficient on the assessment most recently, and that spanned up to 10th grade, where we saw the highest proficiency rate at approximately 55%. And then you can see the adjustments that have occurred across grade levels. The general theme here and the theme that you'll see throughout this morning's presentation is very little change from prior year to current year end results. And even when you look at over the 3-year testing period from 2022, 2023, and then 2024, your net difference is approximately 3 percentage point improvement across those 3-year periods when you're looking at all English language arts tests, as well as I'll show you shortly when you're looking at all mathematics tests. What we observed was approximately about a 3 percentage point increase over these past 3 years. In the next slide, it's similar data. It was what I was alluding to a little bit, what I've tried to capture here, and we also have supplemental reports that are going to be publicly available, as well as additional analyses that we continue to conduct and publish. But what this tries to capture with the most recent performance in the first column, showing the proficiency rates once again, followed by what occurred in prior year and then the year thereafter, and then looking at what is the difference when you compare how did students do most recently compared to the prior year, and how have they done that kind of net difference over the course of these past 3 years. And so as an example, if you were to look at 3rd grade ELA, you'll see that overall the difference within these past 3 years has been an improvement of 0.7 of a percentage point. So very little change has occurred in 3rd grade reading. You'll see the differences as they span across the grade levels, with 7th grade English language arts having the largest gain that we've observed during the course of this time frame. On the next slide, looking at the performance differences across our learners, you'll see that we have significant proficiency gaps that still remain amongst our students. Continuing the trends, you'll see essentially when you look at by bar charts, very little change within each student group from current year to prior year. What you do notice, though, is the differences in performance relative to student groups. This is observed not just across ethnicity, but we also are observing these trends within service programs, particularly for our students that are receiving language service, as well as our students with disabilities. You'll also observe in English language arts that was a little unusual, but we also, or it's not consistent with mathematics, there's also gender disparity that's observed in English language arts, with females performing approximately 10 percentage points higher, or having approximately a 10 percentage point higher proficiency rate than their male counterparts. This slide, I believe, is very familiar to most, if not all of you. It's an illustration of the state of Maryland broken out by county, so it represents all 24 LEAs in our state based on thresholds of proficiency, or a heat map, if you will, with the most intense or the reddest shading being the highest proficiency down to where we are in grading in the gray areas of gradation. You'll also observe on the right-hand side, this is a rank order of LEAs, so it's looking at the overall proficiency rate for English language arts in all grade levels, from our highest performers to those spanning downward. In mathematics, similar story here in rate of change. The biggest difference from mathematics to English language arts is your overall proficiency rate is essentially half what it was in English language arts, with the state average in English language arts, again, at approximately 48%. And what we observe in mathematics is that proficiency rate for all tests is approximately 24%. And then you can see the differences in the proficiency ranges from 8th grade mathematics being the lowest at 7% proficiency most recently, up to 3rd grade mathematics at 40%. Excuse me. For the next slide, similarly in format, this table captures the prior 3 years, or most recent 3 years, of MCAP data in mathematics. It also shows the performance differences when you compare 2024 to 2023, as well as comparing over that 3-year period, the difference in, or the overall net difference in student achievement. Again, I had alluded to earlier, the overall rate of change during this time period is approximately 3 percentage points. That's represented by 3.1 percentage points for all grades. You'll see in some of the highlights, we see Algebra 1 has actually grown the most over this time period at 5.6 percentage points. Yet we have in geometry, we've actually seen a net decrease during this same time period. When you look to student group performance, similar profiles, it's just proportionately lower because the overall proficiency rate in mathematics is tracking at about half that of English language arts. You'll see disparities across ethnicity as well as within service programs, with large proficiency gaps continuing to persist. In mathematics, there is less of a gender disparity, so we don't see nearly as pronounced a difference between the females and males in this particular grouping. For the mathematics illustration, here is, once again, all 24 LEAs in the state of Maryland, represented by proficiency rates. State average, again, is approximately 24%, so you can use that as kind of your anchor as you review the rankings of each LEA by percent proficient. You'll see the differences ranging from 9.8% up to 41.1% proficient in mathematics. This next slide, in trying to start to analyze a little bit more of the emphasis on CCR, college career readiness, as well as the renewed focus or interest on Algebra 1 and about pathways for our students to be college career ready, as well as pursuing those advanced high school pathways. What we attempted to do here was to a little bit of an isolation, but so I want to make sure you understand this only represents first-time testers. And so we're looking at Algebra 1, and the interest here was to see when students sit for the exam for the first time, how successful are they? And what you can clearly observe based on the visual is that those students that are taking Algebra 1 in the lower grade levels, particularly in 6th grade, perform much higher than those students that are taking it in the latter grade levels. And that in large part is to be expected from the standpoint that students that are taking high school bearing credit math classes in middle school are going to represent your most advanced or accelerated mathematics students. And so they have, they're going to be more accelerated in that area. One thing that's not illustrated here, but I will share with you that part of my interest in being able to unpack this data was to determine what percentage of our middle school students are taking Algebra 1, at least the EOC, in middle school prior to going on to high school. And while you see the proficiency rates here As an example, at 61% of seventh graders that took the Algebra 1 test were successful, as well as approximately 41% of eighth graders that took Algebra 1 were successful. What I can tell you, when you look at the overall enrollment counts for students in seventh grade, that the number of Algebra 1 seventh grade testers represents approximately 11% of the seventh grade class. And when you look at eighth graders that were taking, in 2024, eighth graders that were taking the Algebra 1 EOC, it was approximately 25% of all eighth graders. And so your sum total for seventh and eighth grade students, if someone were to ask what percent of those students take Algebra 1 instead of their grade level MCAP mathematics test, it's approximately 18% across those two grade levels. So approximately 18% of our seventh and eighth grade students take Algebra 1 as opposed to the MCAP grade 7 or grade 8 equivalent test. You'll see that in high school, students struggle based on their performance in taking the Algebra 1. And so this is part of our continued discovery on supports that we can provide for our students, particularly in their math pathways. Getting towards the end of my piece on the performance results. Lastly, we've talked about English language arts and mathematics. Now we'll shift to science. Science is assessed, presented in this presentation at 5th grade and 8th grade. In both grades, unfortunately, we did recognize declines in student performance from prior year to current year. Definitely much more pronounced in 5th grade science as opposed to 8th grade science. And you'll see most recently, the proficiency rate for our 5th graders was approximately 24% in science, and then for our 8th graders, it was approximately 25%. Same story, different subject. When you look at student groups, we continue to observe proficiency gaps across various student groups, not just within ethnicity, but also within the service programs. In 8th grade, similarly, here's the distribution across the ethnicity. You see Asians in pretty much every illustration are our highest performing student groups. When you look at the student groups that continue to experience the greatest challenges, it represents our multilingual students, our students with disabilities, and our economically disadvantaged students. At this point, I'd like to present to board members for consideration some of the work that we've been doing. We came to you all in February. At that time, teams from MSDE as well as with AIB shared the work that had been ongoing in trying to determine alignment across the 3 primary education plans that exist within Maryland. You'll recall that in June of last year, in June of 2023, the State Board of Education adopted its state strategic plan, which outlined deliverables and desired outcomes. In August of 2023, the AIB announced its updated version of its blueprint implementation plan. And then finally, most recently in February of 2024, the Moore-Miller State Plan was released, which identified 10 priorities, with education being priority number 2. Within each of those, they had what we informally refer to as key performance indicators, various measures that they were trying to assess progress within education. In February, the teams from AIB and MSDE presented to you all where we saw intersections within the 3 plans on ways we could monitor student outcomes with similar instruments. As an example, we looked at there was an interest in literacy, there was an interest in mathematics, there was interest in workforce diversity and retention, interest in college and career readiness, and so forth. So from that, we spent lots of time together between MSDE and AIB in trying to determine what is the best way to inform these efforts. And we brought back to you all in June for consideration during the joint board meeting the metrics that we had identified at that point. And we primarily focused on grade 3 literacy, a measure that was the average of all 3 through 8 English language arts assessments. Likewise, we looked at 5th grade mathematics and a 3 through 8 mathematics measure. We shared with you information around chronic absenteeism and our interest in trying to reduce that, most specifically really trying to cut chronic absenteeism rate in half over these next 3 years. We shared information around workforce diversity and retention, and then we also shared with you some of the information that we didn't yet have available because it was new data collections, but that we would be bringing back to you all for consideration. What I'd like to present to you at this time is because of the cycle in which we were going through that work, we had some current data and we had what we refer to in my world as lag data. And so it wasn't, all of the data that we were working with, some was more current than others. And so as an example, the most current data that we had at the time was for MCAP was from the 22-23 school year. And so we had presented based on that, but we felt like at this point now we were essentially already into year 1 of our goal setting, because by the time that we brought to you all what our desired outcomes were for the next 3 years, it was in June, and students had essentially already completed their MCAP testing. We just were awaiting the results. And so what we would like to suggest to you all this morning for consideration is that now that we have updated baseline data with student achievement relative to their performance on MCAP, is that we use this data as our baseline on a going forward basis and propose still ambitious targets of increasing student achievement 5 percentage points in the next year as well as in the year thereafter, which is why you will see as an example the actual performance, which I just shared with you for 3rd grade literacy or ELA, was 46% proficiency. We're suggesting that for the 24-25 school year that we have a goal of 5 percentage point increase, which would yield 51% proficiency in reading in 3rd grade for this upcoming school year. Likewise, in 5th grade mathematics, looking at that increase going from 29% most recently up to 34% proficient by the end of this current school year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague to talk about, okay, so now what?
Thanks, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. So the data, as you can see, is calling us to action. So we just wanted to share a few of the supports that MSDE has already started and will continue to put in place. The beauty of the data has allowed us to take a look at how we need to shift our support to be more narrow and targeted based on what the data is saying, but also based on feedback from our local education agencies. What are they finding most useful and helpful? So as we've talked often, Dr. Smith and I, our wonderful partnership with SUNY and Ames to provide courses in the science of reading for our educators. Those have already kicked off. We also had licenses that were given to MSD employees. I myself have started the course. It's amazing for what you know and don't know. And we also have licenses that we've offered to our higher ed partners that their staff can take. And then we also have partnered with not only higher ed, but some education partners who are providing some statewide professional learning, and not just for one group of educators, but teachers, administrators, multilingual learner teachers, as well as students with disability teachers. Soon to come in September, the standards revisions will start for ELA. They have already started. Groups have been meeting for social studies, but literacy will be kicking off. And so the timing is right for that as well. We'll also be convening with our stakeholder advisory group around literacy policies, as well as high instructional quality instruction materials, and looking at models for how courses are sequenced and what students are taking. We've hosted learning labs where we've allowed LEAs to come together in small groups and professional learning communities, which they love. In the first year, it was focused on early literacy. Last year, we focused a little bit on adolescent literacy, and so now they want us to combine both of those, so we will continue those. Regularly, there are meetings with our ELA supervisors in literacy, it's a time where they just get to ask questions, but also we utilize that time for feedback with them, and they find it really a valuable experience to engage authentically with the department. So we'll continue to do that. All of our LEAs have submitted and have received feedback and approval on their literacy plans, which is great to see. And our expert review teams will kick off in September. And again, the focus will be on looking at literacy as well as mathematics. And also to come is a video series and some parent guides, which we'll talk about a little bit later, because we want to make sure that families also have the resources and supports to understand when we talk about literacy and what would be helpful for families. They have tools and resources for that as well. In terms of mathematics, we've kicked off some statewide mathematics professional learning for teachers and also administrators. It actually started last year. We ran sessions in the fall and then the spring. And through stakeholder input, we were asked if we can continue to offer it. So we offered it this summer, and we'll be again offering it this fall, really focusing on algebra and also some of the number sense concepts that we received feedback our teachers wanted support on. We actually were able to engage directly with the chief academic officers about three months ago, so they could experience the learning that the administrators and teachers were experiencing. They were like fascinated, like, oh my gosh, we need to do more of this. And so that type of support is something that will continue. Again, as I mentioned, just like literacy, the standards revision for mathematics will be kicking off as well in September. Continuing to host math learning labs. Those have been extremely successful, just like literacy, especially focusing on some of the transitional grades and skills that are needed. Just like literacy, holding monthly supervisor meetings with the with the math supervisors to make sure they have information and are up to date, and also again for authentic conversations around how we can provide better support. And also the LEAs will be submitting their math comprehensive plans within the next month. And so we also will be working with a partner to provide explicit feedback, coupled with the expert review teams that will be going out to explicitly look at mathematics as well. So just like literacy, math is right on our heels, and we were just as busy. And then science. You saw the outcomes for science, and our math director of science, Zach Carey, had already been working with our math supervisors. Really what we'll begin to do is a deeper dive into the data, not only the state data, but other local data that the LEAs are capturing around science, helping them to do some action plans, looking at master schedules. What do those look like? What's the frequency of science instruction? There'll be some tweaks to the standards, in particular at the early learning grades as well in science, looking at coaching and also some models to support high quality science instruction in the classroom as well. We'll be launching some science learning walks. We have found a lot of spotlights and bright spots in our LEAs where they're doing a very great job in integrating science, looking at differences in master schedules. And so our LEAs has asked, can we go see? And so we'll be getting some learning walks this year as well. And our high quality instruction materials work will be kicking off in science as well. And so those are all of the supports across literacy, science, and math. The only other thing that I'll mention before I kick it back off to Jeff is just for all of us to remember that the data that we saw today tells a story, but not the full story. When we're working with our LEAs, they really have already started what we call triangulating data. They have other data sources that they use within their LEAs to really get a pulse on how our children are doing. And so that is very exciting, and so that they have a really good understanding of how all children are doing, especially some of the student groups through this data that may not be showing progress, but we're looking at growth as well, not just performance, to make sure that students are making progress. So we just want to make sure that we're looking at data to tell a full picture of progress.
And just the remaining portion of this presentation is for reference to timelines on upcoming data releases that we'll make available in the coming months for not just for LEAs and schools, but also for the broader public.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all for this in-depth presentation. Board members, we're going to bound our conversation or structure our conversation in 3 ways this morning. First, asking clarifying questions on the material that's been presented or any follow-up questions you may have about the results from the appendix. We are then, and we can kind of blur these two together, clearly, there, as much analysis as we have received in the 90 pages that we have in the deck, there is so much more that we will want to dig in, each of us in the lens that you bring to this work. What I've asked the superintendent is that we have a follow-up discussion in September for us to dive deeper on specific matters, and so we'll use some time here to kind of list out specific analysis that you'd like to dive deeper into that deep dive in September. We'll take the moment, maybe not necessarily to ask pointed questions about a specific, but to really shape what that request is in terms of how you want to dive deeper into the analysis. Finally, the third piece that we want to make sure we cover is the discussion on goals, and then we'll have the board action. We'll take that last. So at this point, we'll start with the first 2 clarifying questions and specific guidance on what you'd like to explore a little bit more in terms of diving deeper into the data in September. Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Great work, and important story being told here. The thing I'm curious about, not looking for an answer now, but I want to plant the seed for a future discussion, is slide 10, at least in our slides, the Algebra 1 proficiency by grade level. I'm just, it's clear to me why 278 6th graders are clobbering this thing, and then the numbers sort of go down as year by year. The thing I'm most curious about is the spike in 11th grade for first-time test takers. What accounts for that sort of increase in performance in that year, whether it has to do with the particular conditions or level of maturation or the stakes of taking the test in 11th grade or something like that. We don't have to talk about it now. I'm just curious about what what accounts for that, and what explains that effect.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Another thing that again, we don't need to tackle it here, but something that I'm curious about is when I'm looking at science, particularly grade 5 science, are we giving guidance to, and you mentioned it slightly, but are we giving pretty specific guidance to master scheduling on how many minutes of instructional time need to be put into science? I think at the elementary level, they're juggling social studies, science, ELA, and math. And have we given really clear guidance about instructional time for teachers daily so that all of the material is being adequately covered and kids are getting enough time to absorb it?
Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. I'd like to take a deep dive into the mathematics sequencing and if there is an impact based on the order that we do sequencing. I know we've had discussions, I feel like we're getting ready to do Groundhog's Day again around the placement of geometry versus Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, but we need to have a discussion around what that looks like. And then the second
Real
one.
quick, Dr. Goldson.
No, I was just going to say part of that's going to be coming to you in September.
Okay,
so this
perfect.
is timely.
Perfect.
Because that's part of the work that the math team has been doing. So.
Correct. Thank you.
Great. Keep going.
And then how many changes have we made in science over the past 5 years? And how much technical support has been provided from MSDE to LEAs around those changes?
Ms. Chang.
Thank you so much. I want to kind of add on to one clarified question is that do you mind to provide us some cohort data? I know now we're looking at the different years and like different grade level. But the student growth, I think that's another perspective we need to track to see the student, you know, at grade 3 that's proficient. Are those students growing to the grade level 4, 5, even into high school level? Thank you.
And we can provide that to you all. We have done some kind of cohort analyses. What is presented to you all today is 3 separate cohorts because it is based on those 3 years. But we have also looked at, as an example, for students that previously achieved in the beginning or level 1 on the MCAP, how did they do in the subsequent years? So we do have data we can share with you relative to that.
One clarification I wanted to make, so since this has been a question in the past, you will be looking at some of those charts that have an asterisk, and the reason that the asterisk is there is because we are using an in count of 10. So if there are 10 or fewer students in that cell, we cannot release that number for fear of identifying students. That's kind of a standard practice nationally. Different states may use different in counts. We are going back to using an in count of 10 because I think you get more data that way from you to analyze than if we used a higher in count. But I didn't want you to think that we weren't sharing data with you, but if you see that asterisk, just know we've got 10 or fewer students in that cell.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Mr. Greer.
I don't have a fully articulated ask here, but I'm kind of asking the board colleagues to maybe discuss this or figure it out. I remain concerned about Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, multilingual learners more so than any other subgroup. Is there another way that we can cut the data and look at it through some of the intersections that might exist within that subpopulation? Whether it's, I don't know if we have data on school transients or in terms of unhoused or anything related to that, if we can see if there's any intersections with students with disabilities or economically disadvantaged, it would be really helpful to unpack that group a little bit more, and I would put the same to Black African American group as well. So I want to be able to break that out a little bit differently as a subgroup to understand really what's going on so we can target some supports there.
Excellent. Let me ask at this time, Mr. Sanderson, can you walk us through, so we have a good understanding, the public does, because there are a lot of questions about when we get data, who, you know, because there's a rollout. First question, when do educators get this data?
Sure.
When the state's getting the statewide data, when will the public be able to look at on our website school level data so they know how their students do? When can we expect families to get individual student reports sent out so they can see their results for their student? And when will this flow into the report card? Can you walk us through those pieces so we can manage expectations there?
So there's going to be an avalanche of data released today, and part of our first activation around this. The LEAs and schools would have received their own results in early August. We would have provided that to them. The parents also can access through the online vendor portal to be able to access electronic information about their students. The hard copy, what we call that full comprehensive student report, will be delivered to schools, I believe it's mid-September, when they will receive the actual hard copy. As for data aggregation and things that are going to be available for today, if not now, shortly, we will be providing on the Maryland Report Card website the data download files that will be accessible for the public at large. And what that will allow them is access to summary level results similar to what I've shared with you all today, but at the school level, at the LEA level, as well as at the state level. We also provided that information in advance to our local superintendents so that they had an opportunity to review that information in advance of today's meeting. on a going forward basis for the dynamic features that are a part of our Maryland report card, where you can do your select and drill downs and export features that way. We are tentatively set to release, I'll say early September, but next week is when we are looking to have that information available, which would represent all of the 2024 assessment data that we have available at that time. We're running through at this point with our third-party contractor the final checks and quality control on the data before we provide that information. As well as in today's presentation, board members would have received a transmittal from our superintendent that also had, as part of that accompaniment, addendum, if you will, of lots of reports. What we tried to do in that respect was create at least a cover page to make it a bit easier to navigate the 64 pages that we provided you all. In that, you will find LEA results broken out by student groups. We also, within that information, provided the rank ordering so that we can see the needs of our state based on LEA. We'll also be providing, we've done additional analyses. What you received today in the report format represented the 23-24 school year results broken out by each of the four performance levels that are the cut scores, if you will, on MCAP, as well as the overall proficiency levels. And subsequent information that we will be sharing on our state website will include additional analyses that are more longitudinal, that provide information specifically over the past 3 years as we look to further unpack the information that we have available. So a lot of information today on the public side. A lot more information by the end of next week will be available. And then after that, I suspect we will be providing probably more ad hoc type reports. So as interest from the community and interest from you all and interest internally from teams leads to questions that we are trying to answer, we'll be continuing to do some applied research to further investigate some of the root causes that we're seeing in student trends.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Mr. Crawford.
It's very good. The thing that I'm still most interested in is a standard dashboard. The other day I just went out and looked at our website, looked at the websites of the LEAs, and you just don't see this data. So part of, I think, from an accountability transparency standpoint, from a taxpayer, from a parent standpoint, be able to look at the LEA and see how we're doing. We're going to set targets. We're going to say we're going to have 10 percentage point improvements. Where are we? Be easy for people to see and know exactly where we are, and I think that will also help improve accountability and performance. Right now, we, the state board, we're setting targets and we're making ourselves accountable for 10 percentage point improvement, but what about the folks that actually deliver education? I mean, so I think bring all of us into the same boat, let the public see where we are, and if we're not doing a good job at the state, if we're not doing a good job at the local level, the public should be able to see that and then be in a position to take appropriate action at the state level or at the local level. So that's my suggestion as we go forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. And noting that, and somewhere between this work and our accountability, I think it's really important that we fold this into our practice both at MSDE and that we provide guidance for our local districts on this specific matter. Ms. McCusker.
A couple just quick questions. You said that schools got their school level data at the beginning of August. Is that like the soonest we can get it there? And I only say that because by August, you're only looking at a couple of weeks to be prepared for students coming into the classroom, whereas school leadership teams, if they could get it in, say, July, may have a little bit more time to dig into that data and perhaps use it to drive instruction in the fall. And my second question is about testing timing on the high school level. These end of course tests like algebra and the science test, a lot of schools are doing semesterized scheduling in the high school level. So if a student is taking Algebra 1 in the fall, do they have to wait until the spring? Like AP makes you wait. You know, if you're taking an AP, you took AP Gov in the fall, you can't test it till the spring. Do we do the same thing with our science testing and algebra testing where they have to wait?
But not our 4x4s. I'm assuming our 4x4s will test at the end of that semester. But
Okay,
if
so-
you've got a year-round,
Well,
schedule.
year-round you would,
Yeah.
right, but we
your
are
4x4s are tested at the end of the time
Okay,
that they.
that was, yeah, good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. One set that I want to make sure we follow up on, like, it's great for us to look at this at the district level, but you know, those of us who have been in schools know that this work occurs in schools. And there's variation within districts, within schools. And so something I'd like to see is us to dive into schools a little bit. And there's some ways I'd like us to do that. The first is I'd like for us to look specifically at how our CSI schools are performing. The second is, and this is really towards the blueprint, the theory of action is around equitable school funding in the blueprint. Our demographic data is showing that we're yet to realize equitable outcomes for students by race, for students by socioeconomic status, for our multilingual learners. We're seeing that on the demographic side. We're actually see marginal widening of our achievement gaps. I would like for us to dive into schools, particularly by poverty and the cutoffs that we're using for community school designation. So 80%, and then looking at how performance is, at how we're cutting poverty, and using in the blueprint to see if we're noticing any trends there. And the last is, you know, we saw last year some pretty remarkable gains in literacy out of Prince George's County with my dear colleague, Dr. Goldson's leadership. You know, what was it, 25 of the top 50 growing schools in literacy came out of Prince George's. Where are we seeing our top growing schools? And that's something I'd like to see as we do that. The last note, and this is a question, I cannot help but notice, if you don't mind going back to the slide on literacy that breaks out by grade. Maybe, what slide is that?
It's not responding.
Slide 4, maybe. That despite significant investment in Maryland Leads and significant focus on early literacy to this point, while we've seen over the past 2 years an increase overall of over 3 percentage points, we've seen less than 1% in third grade. And so this draws from me that we have either there's something wrong in third grade or there's something wrong before third grade. And so I'd just offer up if we have any comments. I know we have a discussion on K through 3 literacy coming up after this, but any thoughts or reactions to this matter, either from you, Dr. Wright, or anyone else that we have on that?
No, I think you've hit that spot on. I think that you're going to have to look at this really from kindergarten through third grade. It's not just a third grade issue. It's really a, you know, when kids start school, and that can even be in pre-K. I do know that our policy is, you know, recommending the use of screeners, and I think that's going to be really important that we identify very early, starting in kindergarten, first and second grade. That is the one thing that the third grade assessment is a cumulative effect. It's not just what we did in third grade only. So I think your questions are spot on, and let us dig into that a little bit more and get back to you on that.
I appreciate it, and I would push for the public. You know, we've been doing screening for Ready to Read since 2020.
Right.
So, you know,
the data's got to be used in order to be effective. It's one thing that, you know, it's kind of like what gets measured gets done, but we don't just test for testing's sake. We test to identify children early who need the help the most. and as well as to accelerate those that don't need the help the most. So it's both ends of the spectrum, but if we're not using the data, we're not going to progress the way we really are wanting to progress.
All right, very good. Let's turn it to Dr. Johnson.
My question really kind of dovetails on what you said, Dr. Michael, in terms of looking at the schools. Is there a mechanism in place that we do not get to this point where we know how schools are doing? Are there midpoints and that we look at the results of schools so that we will know exactly in which directions the schools are going?
So you bring up a really good point. I discussed this with the superintendents actually when I met with them the last time. I asked them the question about how would you like to have I'm going to call it a benchmark assessment, if you will, that's aligned to our statewide assessment that could be administered, say, 3 times a year. And they love that idea because what's happening now, and you well know as a former principal, different schools use different measures. And so it's hard then to pull the measures from all the schools when there's no through line, in that. But if we had a common assessment, then to your point, at the end of first quarter that we could administer or something of that nature to give you the lay of the land in the fall. So that's something that's where we'd like to head. And I think the superintendents would support that as well.
All right, we got Dr. Goldson. I'm sure there are a few more hands. Dr. Goldson?
Yes. The first one is around the comment around adding a benchmark. If we're adding a benchmark, I ask that we take away like a map and iReady, which many school districts are already using, because what we don't want to do is add more testing time, which takes away from instructional time. So I appreciate the commonality around benchmarks, but want to take away if we're going to add. And then second, I want to say that having data at the school level based on categories that President Michael spoke of, I think will be an excellent way to kind of really dig into data at this level. And we had a presentation done before us in December of last year around the harm of ranking districts. And once again, we've turned around and ranked them again. And so I'm going to ask our public to look at it cautiously, because even for English language arts, it says that Baltimore City is at the bottom, but that's not the case at grades 6 through 8. They're not at the bottom. And the same for Somerset for mathematics. They're not at the bottom in every grade level for mathematics. Actually, they're not at the bottom for grades 3 through 5 in mathematics. So it's easy to rank. It's harder to do the analysis that President Michael is asking for. And I would expect that at this level, we would do the harder analysis. And at the district level, you're going to get, so ask people to pay attention to their local boards as well, to pay attention to the school level and district data. Thank you.
All right. On the matter of really diving in, asking questions, any follow-up, do we have any additional questions or comments at this point? Ms. McCusker.
Where are we with implementation of science of reading in the number of teachers that are currently trained? People are looking at this and going, "Oh, science of reading, we started that with the grants 2 years ago, and there's all this push, but look, the numbers aren't getting any better." Well, how many teachers currently have the full training and are able to implement with fidelity at this point? I think it's really important for us to think about, and for the public to think about, the fact that completely overhauling reading for an entire state isn't something that happens in a day. It's not a sprint. And so the data may, for a couple of years, look stagnant because we're just not there yet. It's more like a half marathon. Well, it's more like a marathon, but we're trying to do it in like a half marathon. But public wants to see it in a sprint because we're putting an incredible amount of money out through the blueprint, and so they want to see gains. But those gains don't happen overnight. They take time. It takes time to train teachers, to get it moving with fidelity in schools. Then it takes time for those cohorts of children to reach the testing levels where we're looking at them, in these large scale tests. And so I'm just asking us to think about that as we unpack this data. I'm not making excuses. It's a mindset to understand that changes in education don't just happen, that when you took Mississippi to a completely different place. That didn't happen in a year or two. That happened over a decade. And so it's going to take some time. And the other thing to think about, you talked about the funding model in the blueprint and the equitable funding. Not all the districts are there yet and in full implementation of that funding. And so as we look at that data, we have to look at where they are in the implementation of that.
This is great. And this is an excellent segue to our last portion on this block, which is our discussion of goals. Might we go to that slide, Mr. Sanderson? Slide.
We end this remote.
16.
Almost.
While we're getting there, I just want to underscore a key piece that Ms. McCusker raised, which is that school improvement does not happen overnight. That statewide growth that the public expects, the only way that it happens authentically is when it happens methodically through really focusing on the core work of schools, making sure, number one, that our students are in school ready to learn. We've got an attendance challenge that we need to take. If kids are not in school, the rest of it really doesn't matter. So that's one. Two, making sure that we have excellent instruction in place, both in terms of the curriculum and in terms of our support and training of teachers. And then that family engagement piece. We're going to be talking, it's really a moment for us to be focusing on this core work. But I also want to say, if you've been looking around nationally, we've seen some flash in the pan results in other states where we've seen increases of 20% proficiency. That's not how school improvement works. We cannot expect that. And so as we kind of look at these targets, we are expecting to see progress and consistent progress. And the investments that we're making, the public expects to see that too. We are also not expecting to see something that is statistically unlikely to occur. And so our message and the way that these metrics have been framed is around 5% a year, and in literacy and in mathematics, which really reflects what is ambitious but also consistent growth that can be sustained over time. So I want to open us up at this point to further discussion on the metrics. Again, I want to draw, we're looking at both 3rd through 8th grade in ELA and in mathematics. And we're also looking at key grades of 3rd grade literacy, ELA, and 5th grade mathematics. Those were the targets, or the specific grade levels we saw as key gateways in our continuum of learning. So at this time, is there any discussion on us updating these aligned metrics here? Any questions? Okay. At this time, then, I'd entertain a motion entertain a motion on the matter, on approving the aligned metrics.
Make a motion.
Thank you. Motion by Dr. Goldson. Is there a second? By Mr. Greer. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Go ahead. Ms. McCusker.
Please just keep in mind that when we sit at this table and we set metrics and targets, that the work that goes into achieving those targets and those metrics is happening in individual schools. So it is incumbent on us, if we're saying you need to get here, to make sure that we are providing the supports that are necessary to try to get to that number. That we can set all the targets we want.
That's right.
But if we don't back it up, the work can't happen in schools, which is where it has to happen.
The only place it can happen. Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Additional comments? All right, we'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of approving the aligned metrics as specified in the presentation, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I think it's unanimous. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Collins, Mr. Sanderson, Dr. Wright, for this comprehensive presentation on MCAP. We look forward to diving deeper next month on some of the topics discussed. All right. With that, we've gotten through the first leg of our meeting today. We're going to take a quick break. We are going to come back at 10:40 on the nose. So we'll have about an 8-minute break. So we will take a break at this time. Thank you. literacy. First, we have Dr. Kimiana Burke, who is with us, and Mr. Kareem Weaver. Truly, we are grateful you're here, not only today, but are sharing your gifts with us multiple days this week. I'll let Dr. Wright talk a little bit more of that. So let me go ahead and turn it over to you, Dr. Wright, leading our next agenda item and formally introducing our guests. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yeah, this is a delight to have friends and new friends joining us for this very important topic. But I want to start by recognizing some folks in the audience too. And Chi Kim is here. She is the CEO of the IBIS Group. And for those of you that may not remember, we were blessed to receive $6.8 million from her foundation for all teachers and leaders and paraeducators and higher ed teachers to take a course in the science of reading. It is free to them. It is self-paced. And it also counts toward their certification. So I really want to say thank you to Chi, because this really made this possible. And we have in the audience representatives from SUNY New Paltz, which is Rose Else Mitchell. Thank you, Rose. And the co-founders of the AIM Institute are with us as well, Pat Roberts and Nancy Blair. So thank you for being here as well. And their newly appointed, is it deputy, I want to say? Say it again. Head of, excuse me, don't, my apologies, my dear friend. So this young woman that's here is another one of Mississippi's finest, and AIM reached out and hired her to head up their work. So she was with us in Mississippi, and we are so happy to see Kristen Wynn here. So it's delightful. And Kimiana, I'm going to introduce her too, but another one of Mississippi's finest who's now leading this work as well. And we have our own Dr. Tanette Smith. So you've got a lot of Mississippi folks that know an awful lot about the science of reading. But I wanted to recognize everybody who was in the audience, and so thank you all for being here. It is an honor to present the Right to Read documentary. This documentary stars to discuss why the literacy policy and its implementation is so important, not only to Maryland, but to the nation. The Right to Read shares the stories of an NAACP activist, a teacher, and two American families who fight to provide our youngest generation with the most foundational indicator of lifelong success, the ability to read. Experts throughout the film also discuss the current state of literacy in the United States and the importance of implementing the science of reading in classroom instruction nationwide. Today, we're going to watch the first 8 minutes of the film to ground us all in the importance of literacy access for all, and we are lucky to be joined by Dr. Kimiana Burke and Kareem Weaver, both of whom are heavily featured in the documentary, and you will hear from them. Dr. Burke is now a senior policy fellow at Excel in Ed, where she is assisting state leaders in building new or improving existing K-3 reading policies with a focus on supporting successful policy implementation. I had the absolute pleasure of working with Dr. Burke in Mississippi as we laid the groundwork for the state's comprehensive literacy reform that has actually become a national model for how to prepare educators to teach reading effectively so that all children can learn to read. Kareem Weaver is the lead character in The Right to Read and the co-founder of the literacy nonprofit Fulcrum, which focuses on literacy, improving literacy rates in California as well as across the country. He is an award-winning educator, leader, and activist, and is the chair of the Oakland NAACP Education Committee. Kareem is also the producer of this film. So we're going to watch the first clip of the film this morning, and then both Mr. Weaver and Dr. Burke will share their own perspective on this issue. The call to action, as you will see in The Right to Read, is for all of us to be accountable, to increase access to effective literacy instruction in classrooms and pragmatic solutions for families at home.
Ready? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. I did everything I could to put my kids in the best position to be successful. Good, very good.
I love it.
I got black kids. They can't afford to be illiterate. I'm gonna do
everything I can to make sure they get every possible opportunity. And as a teacher, I always try to do the same thing for the kids in my classroom.
Joy, flow. We already found the sounds. We said,
Literacy is our greatest civil right. If you can't read, you can't access anything in our society.
We got breakfast in the oven.
Thank you. So it's already an uphill climb. If you can't read, it's like putting a gorilla on your back.
Definitely swimming upstream.
Yeah. So I'm actually trying to convince people to actually teach kids how to read.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
I know.
What is the point of learning how to read? Convince me.
Imagine being in the Stone Age and you ain't got no stone. Imagine being in the Bronze Age, you ain't got no bronze. All right, we in the information age right now. You can't read the information.
Millions of American kids struggle to read.
Americans need universal access to quality education.
Every child must start school ready to learn.
We should succeed in seeing that every 8-year-old can read independently.
We need to prepare our children to read and succeed in school so that no child is left behind.
But the way that children are usually taught how to read does not line up with decades of evidence on how they actually learn to read.
Let's give our kids that chance. The greatest equalizer in the world is education.
I have taught every grade level. Taught high school, middle school, elementary school, and there are a few through lines. One of which is the kids can't read. California, arguably the most progressive state in the union. Social justice minded. But when I first started teaching in Oakland, there were only 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
Larry, say what's up to the camera, Larry. What's up? All right, now, Larry, take it from the top. What does that say?
Larry ran to the cat.
My man Larry. I'm gonna say this right now on tape. My man Larry just read his first sentence by himself, and I'm very, very proud of him. And whoever sees this videotape, I'm hoping I can get his mother to see it too. I want them to know that Larry can read. And Larry will read, won't you?
Yeah.
Right on.
The question is, what becomes of those kids who don't have a foundation in reading? I can tell you what happens to them. Now, Lord works in mysterious ways. Kids, overcome all kinds of challenges. However, illiteracy is the pipeline to prison. It's also the pipeline to homelessness. It's the pipeline to unemployment and depression. And there are publishing companies that sell popular curriculum that do not teach our children to read, making millions of dollars. From the day I set foot in Oakland, I realized that everything starts with literacy. Everything starts with reading. Science, math, history, you name it. If you can't read, you can't access anything else.
Reading
is the basis upon which all other academic learning is built. So reading is basically going to determine so many things about how the rest of your school career goes. We have a lot of people who struggle to read. And it's kind of amazing if you look at just the basic data, like why aren't we screaming and yelling about this?
There is one test that is given across all of America called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP. It's the only test that we have that is given consistently across the nation. We've been giving it for decades, and what it shows is, unfortunately, mostly unchanged. We are failing about 2/3 of our children. NAEP is not a perfect test, but NAEP is telling us something essential. The data reveal a truth that we cannot ignore.
So let's just take a look at the idea of just basic. Who can read at a basic level? Well, we are in a situation where like 1/3 of our 4th graders cannot even read at a basic level. That is a lot of kids. And it is even worse, way more shocking, if you look at kids of color. Nearly half of kids of color in 4th grade cannot read at a basic level.
And then I'm wondering, well, what's wrong with me? Maybe it's my family. Maybe I'm too poor. Maybe I'm too black, too brown. Maybe it's because I speak a different language. Maybe because they went through too much. There's too much trauma. Maybe it's me. Parents have no idea. The root of the problem is that children are being taught in a way that is not working. If it was a minority issue, then all these soccer moms wouldn't be spending $20,000, $30,000 to send their kids to private tutoring because they didn't learn how to read in school. Kids of all races are struggling to read. The issue is who has the resources to deal with it.
So what we have in this country are a lot of well-to-do kids who are getting the help they need, and what happens is we just don't see, in some ways, the problem with the instruction because of that.
I'm going to turn this over to our guests. Mr. Weaver?
Thank you, Dr. Wright, and hello to you all. Good morning. Good to see you today. Every time I see that opening, it kind of takes me back a little bit. I really appreciate the invitation to come and talk to you this morning. I look forward to the screening we'll have tomorrow. And I just have a few minutes to share a couple of things with you about this and related to your plan and literacy in general before I turn it over to Dr. Burke. The first thing is, you know, when we started with the NAACP in Oakland, we just decided to study success because we found that a lot of people talk about these kinds of things, but very few have actually seen something work. And so what we have are theorists who have ideas and beliefs and politics and all the rest, but when you say, well, have you seen it before? They're like, well, no, but I read here or I read there. And so we just spent time studying what works around the country. In fact, there's an organization called Ed Trust, and they had there was a podcast, they had several seasons, I think 5 or 6 seasons, and they went around the country, urban districts, rural districts, you name it, and they looked at ones where students were reading far above what they were expected to based on demographics and all the rest. Who was actually outside of the curve, so to speak? And I was stunned. First of all, we studied it thoroughly. And I was stunned to see, you know, these conversations with superintendents and state board members and local districts and principals and you name it. And some of these episodes would have 5 views, 15 views, after years. And I realized there is a deficit of expertise and knowledge. And it seems as though, as a public, we just haven't had the appetite for the details of success. And that was a hard truth to hold, but I've come to reckon with that. So when we built our coalition, we organized around the very things that they had discovered in the series and some other research that we had done. And we identified about 50 things that needed to happen. And we said, we can't do 50 things. So a lot of compromise and negotiation. We whittled it down to 8. We came up with 8 actions that systems need to have to get this right, to improve outcomes for kids. And I looked at your comprehensive plan, the proposal that's on the table, and there were 6 of those 8. Usually these plans have 1 or 2 at most. So I won't say stunned. I guess I should have known. I should have known. And then the other ones were, you know, university work and things like that. And I said, okay, this is legit. This is legit. They're on the right road. And so that was very, very encouraging. The second thing I wanted to mention before I turn over to Dr. Burke is that I'm not representing NAACP today. When I'm back at home, sometimes I do, but today I'm not. But recently, at the national convention, where all the delegates from around the country come and they sort out certain civil rights issues, the president of the organization, Derek Johnson, put forward a couple of resolutions, and they were passed by the national delegates around evidence-based instruction that covers basically the things you all are talking about today. The reason I'm saying that is because this isn't just an education issue, this is a civil rights issue. Kids have a right to learn how to read, and there is a way to do it. It's been proven. And on that wise, we recently, well, in February, we brought the state president of Maryland's NAACP, Reverend Kobe Little, and about 40 other folks from around the country, folks from departments of ed in different states and districts and superintendents and you name it. We brought them to a district in your neighboring state, in Delaware, where a district had gone from the lowest in reading for 4th grade to the highest in the state. It was discovered in that podcast. I said, we got to go see it. And when we brought Reverend Little to see that, he was stunned just as much as we were. And it wasn't overnight. I mean, as you mentioned, it took some years. And this is a district with all the, you know, all the risk factors and the demographic challenges and, a lot of second language learners coming in usually from Haiti and the Dominican Republic, so they speak French as well as Spanish, and kids with dyslexia, and just all these different things. But they had figured some things out. They had been doing 7 of the 8 things. So it is possible. I've seen it. And so it is encouraging to me, and I just wanted to tell you this morning that we have to elevate examples of success and avoid the political maelstrom that inevitably comes up with different aspects of these types of things, because some of them will be controversial. But understand, we as a public, this is new to us, and success and change is hard. I have a daughter who's at Bowie State University. She's a sophomore. And so I have, and more than likely she'll settle here because she doesn't want to come home now. So I have a vested interest in making sure we get this right, just like all the other residents of the state. It is possible. I commend you for having a comprehensive literacy plan that aligns with the research consensus and that aligns with what students need and deserve as a civil right. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Burke.
Good morning, everyone. I guess I'll turn this on. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to come and to speak before you today. I am Kimyana Burke, and this begins my 26th year in education. Yes, I started when I was 12. Like many of you, my career in education looks a bit different, right? In different times of my life along this journey. I've been a teacher in elementary, middle, and high school. I've also served as a literacy coach, a district administrator, and university staff as well. In 2013, Mississippi, under an education reform-minded governor, decided to go big or go home. As many of you know, hopefully no one in this room would say, thank God for Mississippi. If you're familiar with that term means that no matter how bad other states were doing on national assessments, they could always count on Mississippi to be the worst state in the nation. So in 2013, I was selected to lead this effort with an amazing team and under the leadership of Dr. Wright. And I'll say this, I believe that literacy policy is an equity policy, and so I'll just level set for that. But I also think for Mississippi, a state that had historically been last in education, the poorest, blackest state in the nation, that there was a lot of anxiety around this level of accountability, and not the big A, like accountability and assessments, but accountability for everyone involved, especially for the adults. This was the first time when we began the requirement for universal screening in kindergarten, first and second grade, right, and also through third grade, that there was this level of accountability in K-2 for them to move children forward, to essentially hand this child over to the next teacher to say, I've gotten him or her ready for you, and to be held accountable for that through growth, right? So for our comprehensive policy, this was our way to level set, to establish a common language across our state as to how to teach children how to read. And what we found is that a lot of students are struggling to read not because of ability, but because of a lack of access and opportunity. So over the years, when we started seeing some growth, especially on our national assessment, I don't think the country noticed, right? Within our state, we were, like, yay. Dr. Wright would always say, well, we're headed in the right direction. We were at a scale score of 209 in 2013 when we started. And you saw in the film, they mentioned NAEP, the National Assessment, the only assessment in the country where states are allowed to be compared in certain grade levels and content areas. And we were just kind of moving in the right direction. But in 2019, after 6 years of full-on implementation of our Literacy-Based Promotion Act, Mississippi reached the national scale score average for the first time in history. We tied with that average. What was very unique about that is that Mississippi was the only state in the nation to have what was considered statistically significant growth. And then the calls started coming. What are y'all doing in Mississippi, right? With the model policy that has been proposed here through this actual avenue, this is really kind of unprecedented. In my role now, I serve as Senior Policy Fellow for Early Literacy at the Foundation for Excellence in Education. It's a policy advocacy organization focused on student-centered policies. And I wear two hats. The first one is to work with policymakers who are championing early literacy, and so I testify in education committees and those things. And then the second is to support state departments of education as they are implementing these laws. But for the first time, I see an initiative that seeks to gain public comment. I was like, man, that's bold. Right? Because at the end of the day, I've talked to so many people across the country. My team and I work with 36 states in DC. And for all of the state board members I've spoken to, the advocacy organizations, many of them had the sentiment that they feel as if the policy is happening to them and not with them in mind. And with this approach, this has everyone in mind, looking to see how to strengthen, looking to see like what are some of the things that maybe we missed, how can we make this better, how can we be more inclusive. So I want to kind of end my portion with the image on your screen. So what you see here is Maryland's 2022 fourth grade reading state snapshot report from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Maryland's data trend, you're looking at the graph that's the middle to the right, on the right-hand side of the page. Maryland's data trend is in like this orange color, and the nation or public is in black. It looks at over 3 decades of data, starting with 1998. Maryland's scale score in fourth grade reading in 1998 was 212. over the years, there were gains. I love looking at these types of data trends because, you know, for those of you who are Marylanders and actually know kind of the history of what was going on in education, you can probably look to some of those years and say, okay, during this time we were doing this. Like everyone was on the same accord. And this was happening and it was actually showing up in student outcomes. Before the pandemic in 2019, Maryland's scale score was 220. Post-pandemic 2022, Maryland scale score in fourth grade reading, which was the last assessment for which we have data. The results for this year's assessment will be out, I believe, next year. Maryland's fourth grade scores dropped 8 points, 8 skill score points. In NAEP language, 10 skill score points are equivalent to 1 grade level. So Maryland's fourth graders in 2022 scored almost 1 grade level below the students in 2019. But I think that I'll leave you with this because I want to make sure that everyone understands this sense of urgency, not just around policy itself, but around doing something. Earlier, you all mentioned some things about, I mean, we're already screening, right? Like we're already doing professional development, right? But these efforts in silos are not going to make for this comprehensive, all hands on deck approach. And I'll leave you with this before we open it up for questions. Maryland's fourth grade scores in 2022 had an average scale score of 212. Maryland's students have not scored that level since 1998, 26 years ago. So this is our sense of urgency. This provides the context for the conversation moving forward about adopting a comprehensive approach to improving reading outcomes for Maryland students. Thank you.
And we're open to any questions our guests are.
Thank you for this, I'll say, sobering presentation. We've been talking about this. The board has been deeply engaged in this matter and for some time. But this presentation only has the effect of focusing us even more and reminding us why we're doing this work. I'll open it up to board members this time. Mr. Greer first.
Thank you so much. I'll echo what Dr. Michael said, sobering for sure, and also powerful. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of it. And I'm looking forward to seeing us unfold what's going to be the strongest literacy plan in the country. You mentioned 8 factors that you all found over the years. We've got 6 of them. I think this board likely knows and could list what they are, but I'd love for those, the sake of the people who are watching and everybody who's watching this are just paying attention to this meeting now, to know what they are and which of the 2 that we're missing.
Glad you asked. Glad you asked. So, first of all, the ones that are missing, so there's a piece around higher ed that that's a tough group to wrangle. We were just speaking with some folks from the higher ed community because that's the source of teacher talent. And if they're not aligned with best practices and what research says is going to help get all kids reading, then all the efforts you're doing, you're going to have to repeat when the next wave of educators come through that was trained. And so that's a piece that has to really be there. But as I had an opportunity to engage with some folks from higher ed yesterday, alongside your superintendent, it seems like that's happening. But that was one piece. The other piece that, so there's a piece around so understand it was a coalition. So we don't all agree on the same things, but you have to make compromises. And there was a piece around cultural responsiveness that within our group was a heated debate and conversation and whatnot, but it was one of the 8, so I had to name it. And there's always some issues around where that sits and where it should sit. Where we finally landed was we realized everyone wants their kids to read. And I, as an African-American man, I want to make sure that when I take my children to the library, they can read anything they want to. We can read about heroes and heroines and related to our culture, et cetera. But what I need the schools to do is to make sure that the skill is developed so that when we get to the library, we can do everything. And that's the same in the Latino community, the bilingual folks. It's the same in folks around the political spectrum, et cetera. But some good things that you do have there. So one of the main things is access to high quality instructional materials. I see that list is coming. You know, I would just urge, and that's probably one of the biggest ones, is that you have to make sure that materials are usable and that they have evidence of success. Now, you may nod and say, well, of course, but I can tell you that's not the norm. In fact, publishers have told me, Kareem, they don't really ask for that. So why would we limit ourselves by declaring what is or isn't true when they don't even ask for that? You got to ask for that. What's the evidence? In CPR, they're actually using the curriculum that has the best evidence of student achievement across all subgroups, and it's yellow on ed reports. Their algorithm does not include student achievement in any way. But they actually did their research to find what actually works for kids across all demographics. And that's got to be aligned to the structures they have in place. Another one is safety nets. So while the teachers are figuring it out, and the principals and the coaches, et cetera, there has to be some sort of a safety net underneath them so the kids aren't falling through the cracks. And they're not all created equal. What we found is that some safety nets happen after school, but the best ones are during school. And they have the results to back it up. We say it's best to happen in school because that's where you get all the kids, right? After school, now you're just hoping that people show up, and that's another one. There are others. I don't know if you want the whole list, but there are some common sense things, and then there are some technical things. For another one, for example, is there has to be, and this is at the district level and the state level, there has to be someone in charge of early literacy that is empowered to do what needs to be done. Usually the superintendent's cabinet, whether it's at the district or the state, has someone who's in charge of everything, reading and this and this and that. But what we found is that, based on what's worked around the country, is those systems that are successful are organized in a way where this is elevated to the top. So when the superintendent meets with the cabinet, they're in the room, and they can speak on behalf of this initiative and this plan. They can speak to the progress, et cetera. So those are a few. And what I will do is I will email you the full list, Dr. Wright, so that you can share with the board. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. And the chart is now gone, but the chart that you showed us, I wanted, I don't know if they can bring it up, because I wanted to blow it up a little bit, because I wanted to see where that giant dip, what year that giant dip happened. Because that downward trajectory
From 2013
started with a really steep drop, not a slow drop over time. And I was wondering where that was, because I would like to look back and see what was going on with literacy instruction in the state of Maryland. What is that year?
the administration of 2015. Yes. So from 2013 to 2015.
Something shifted big time between 13 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
So
there was about a 9-point.
Let me jump in here on this. So I want to be as transparent as possible. We ran through this in 2013 and 15. The biggest dip on here has to do with the change in eligibility of who participated in taking NAEP in terms of who was exempted. We had a misalignment in terms of accommodation. So NAEP does not have, you cannot have NAEP read to you. And so for a long time, that is an accommodation in this state that we have used. And so students who had that accommodation were not required to take the NAEP assessment up until 2015. So a big part of that drop. And I think this is important. People have been looking at this for a long time, have said, well, we didn't include enough students for too long. And you can look at that from 13 to 15. But if you stop your analysis there and don't continue to look at 15 to 22, we're missing the bigger picture, which is that it was not a one-time drop. So we have to, there is part of this drop has to do with the inclusion of more students, and a big part of it has to do with overall trends. So I think it's important, I want to be as clear as possible for people who have been following this. I know Dr. Mealy McCarthy and I have talked about this ad nauseum, but want to bring that into the conversation, but also draw attention. There is significant drop beyond that year.
Is there also significant change in literacy instruction as that long-term drop? Is this where we switched over to 3Qing? I mean, is that when that became popular? Is that?
There's a lot of balanced literacy still alive, believe it or not, and that is a real concern because there is absolutely no research, and Dr. Mealy McCarthy can certainly speak to this far better than I, but there is no research to support the effectiveness of this. And
but
so
I know we've been doing it for
there's
quite
a
some
lot
time.
of folks that have been, and we face the same thing. I need to be honest. In Mississippi, it was popular, and we just said we've got to shift gears. We've got to do what we know works, and then provide the support and the professional development and the materials and all those things that go along with it, because it does work when it's implemented the right way.
Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
So as a little bit of policy history, and I think I'm going to miss some of the details, but when No Child Left Behind came into play, there was a lot of teeth put into that legislation, and there was a lot of kickback about the teeth and a lot of reasons. I don't want to go into those reasons, but at a certain point, there was a disengagement from the No Child Left Behind and the teeth that was associated with it. So in terms of accountability and measuring what counts, a lot of that was pulled back, I think. And so maybe what happened is there was maybe less attention paid to the data and using data-driven decisions, which was a big piece of No Child Left Behind. So I'm thinking that could be a part of it.
You'll remember during that time, Ms. McCusker, we were both teaching then, you still are, right? This is where the shift, right? We see a lot of shift from school level accountability to teacher level accountability. We revamped evaluation systems. You know, our time and energy was focused there and in implementing the Common Core. So we experienced a lot of policy turbulence and not sure, you know, we're seeing the results now as we look back. I want to get to Mr. Crawford.
This was very good. As I've mentioned, and I think the board is well aware, I have dyslexia. So when I graduated high school, I was unable to read. I learned to read during my first year of college at about 22. I remember, I was telling Dr. Michael the other day, I said, I can remember what it was like being in a classroom in elementary school or in Sunday school and not be able to read. Mm-hmm. From my perspective, the thing that we must do is, I'm trusting the education experts. I'm not an education expert. I'm trusting the education experts. If this is the right thing to do, then we must draw a line and do it. When I go out to visit the schools, I really enjoy going to the elementary schools, and with the youngest kids, they're running around, they're excited, they're happy. They expect us to do the right thing. What I've been doing over the last 30 or 40 years is around transformation and driving change. What we have to be prepared to do is do what is right, recognizing that it is going, in some circles, it is going to be one of the most unpopular things you could ever do. Right. But we have to, as a board, draw a line that says we will not tolerate this any longer in the state of Maryland. And any administrator, any teacher, any board member, any elected official that doesn't buy in needs to go home. Needs to go home. We need to be extraordinarily clear about this, and we have to, what I have found is that organizations spend a lot of time focusing on putting together nice plans. Reads nice, looks good, nicely bound. You can implement a B-level plan, but if you implement it at an A level, you will produce results that'll be remarkable. So my push is that if this is the right thing to do, then we draw a line in the sand and say, this is what we do, and we take all the hits. We've done it before as a board, and we need to do it again on this particular matter, because one thing I love about this board and the leadership at the department is that while we're talking about numbers, the board, the leadership of the department always recognizes we're talking about people. We're talking about setting people up for success, and that starts early. So this is not an academic exercise. Yeah, there are numbers associated with it, but what we're really talking about is setting people up for success for a lifetime. If that is what's at stake, then we have to be prepared to do whatever is necessary to make that happen, and to hold everyone, ourselves and everyone else, accountable. And I think, again, as we look at this, the question, just sort of the larger question, I'm not expecting to have it answered here, is if this is what we have to do and the plan seems sound, do we have the resources and the level of support to ensure not only that we have a plan, but the resources to support the teachers, to do all of those things, but to make sure it's actually being done. I mean, make sure it's actually being done. Thank you, Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. You and I had the opportunity to speak, as we do almost every day. And one of the things that we discussed this past week reminded me, came back to the front of my mind as we were hearing Mr. Weaver speak in the video. And that is that we care. We really care, and we care deeply about all of the children in this state. And that is what's driving our focus and our work. We're going to do our best to get it right. We know we're not going to get it perfectly right this round. We're going to engage in a process of continuous improvement as we continue to work through this. But fundamentally, we care, and we're willing to lean in where we need to ensure that we support all children in this state. So thank you for your comments. Are there additional questions for us? Mr. Weaver, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to what Dr. Crawford said briefly. So there have been 2 studies around dyslexia, and that I want to just briefly bring forward. They found, long story short, is that 48% of the incarcerated population in the United States is dyslexic. 48%. Also found that 43% of the self-made millionaires are dyslexic. It depends how we do this and the outcomes for children. There are no throwaway children. The little boy in the screening that you saw, Larry was probably dyslexic. When people see Larry, they say, "Oh, poor Larry, poor," you know. I got news for you. Larry was in a gifted and talented program. He probably was dyslexic. That's why they call dyslexia the MIT disease, because so many people with dyslexia are students at MIT. That's why NASA recruits from there. Yeah. But very briefly, it is possible. It is possible to reach all students. If that's the North Star, then how we're organized really matters. And I'll leave with just one thing to read to you. So this district in Delaware that I was telling you about that was the lowest and then they moved to the highest was an article written, and I'm just going to read a couple of sentences from it. It says, "We weren't just a focused school district. We were close to being taken over by the state. Today, we're one of the highest achieving districts in Delaware as measured by the English Language Arts State Test. All subgroups of students, including ELs and students receiving special education services, had impressive gains in student achievement." So sometimes we talk about all students, but we have to operationalize that. If we're really trying to go after all students, then there are some things we got to do. And they may not be uncomfortable, they may not be comfortable or popular, but they're tried and tested things that can be done with good leadership and implementation along the way.
Excellent. Any additional questions or comments, colleagues?
I'd like to.
Please.
I'd
Dr.
like
Burke.
to wrap up or just kind of summarize it. Leadership is a group activity, right? And we really just appreciate your support, your willingness to hear about this bold new policy and approach. And Kareem talked about the checklist and all of the things. And that is the first step. But we do know that action, effective implementation, Dr. Wright would always talk about the right people on the bus. But then she also said the right people need to be on the bus, but also in the right seats. So when we talk about infrastructure, which was something that we realized at our Mississippi Department of Education, we passed this law in 2013. We didn't even have an Office of Early Childhood Education. So that was an office that had to be created. We did not have an Office of Intervention Services to even answer questions about what are the best interventions for students with dyslexia, for English learners. All of those things had to be created. And what we had to do, I'm not sure about Maryland, but in Mississippi, our Department of Education had been seen as an auditing arm. And the only time you see the Department of Education in your building is if you've done something wrong. So we also had to change the perception of the agency. But I would always tell to literacy coaches, even to administrators and teachers, you have to let your work speak for you. And this approach, including boots on the ground supports for teachers, just guidance along the way, and again, just this transparency around what's to come, what has to come, right? What needs to happen in schools. It shows teachers that we not only need our children reading by the end of 3rd grade, but we're going to help you get there. And that has to be the message. So again, I appreciate your time today.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Burke and Mr. Weaver. Thank you. We greatly appreciate you joining us for this rich conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And tomorrow night, the full viewing of the film will be shown. So we encourage those of you that are here or in the listening area to join us. And I just want to say thank you again for both of you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Kareem, after all this length of time, and always a pleasure to see you again, Kenyana. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Dr. Wright, and that viewing is at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum here in Baltimore.
That is correct. That is correct in Baltimore.
And couldn't be more fitting, our museum here, Reginald F. Lewis, for African American history. And so delighted that we'll be able to join. So we welcome the public to join. There's registration you can find on our website, 5 to 7 tomorrow.
5 to 7.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and transition at this time. This is our second month diving into the proposed literacy policy. Looking forward to seeing the amendments that we have, that the staff, Dr. Wright and your team, have led in terms of digesting over 1,000 pieces of feedback we've received from the public, the rich discussion from the board. So I'll turn it over to you now to introduce our staff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I've got Dr. Tanette Smith and Dr. Collins here. Just as a framing, I really do want to say thank you to all of those people that have provided us feedback. I think it's been very helpful. I'm a firm believer in more eyes on the work, the better it gets. So we're not asking for a vote today at all. We're giving you an update of where we are, letting you know what we've changed, what we've added, what we've subtracted, how we've tried to make it stronger, how we've tried to also be responsive to those that have written in suggestions around the policy, but we are very much open to your feedback. It's going to go out again for public comment after today, and so we'll welcome those comments as well, and our hope is to bring it to you in a final form for September for your approval.
And that'll come to education policy before
Oh, yes,
that.
it will.
So
Absolutely.
we'll have a
It
time
will
to
come
do
through the same process that all of our other policies do. Thank you, Dr. Michael. That's right. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Collins.
All right. So first of all, Dr. Smith and I would also like to say thank you to all the stakeholders, community members, teachers, principals. The amount of feedback that we've gotten, not just through the website, but we've received personal emails, written letters. The time that folks have taken to say thank you is remarkable. So we also wanted to say thank you. And I also wanted to say thank you to the teachers as you begin your school year. My niece is going to 11th grade, and I was talking to her, and I said, she's a student with disability, and she made the honor roll. And I was like, how did you do this? She said, my teachers caught on early that I needed some additional support, and they provided that for me. And so I appreciate the board's concentrated effort, but also the public's concentrated effort on sticking to what our North Star is. It's our students. And so Tanette and I, as we sift through all the feedback, trying to figure out and work with the literacy team who's here, MSDE, there's been a lot of discussion and going back and forth, but we just wanted to make sure people know that we are listening. We will continue to listen, and today we're going to provide you with an update on, what the focus of the work has been thus far and where we're headed. So we're going to give you an update on, you'll see that it's now called the Comprehensive K-3 Literacy Policy, really focusing on those early years. We will talk about adolescent literacy at some point, but right now we're focusing on the early years. And then we'll share with you sort of how we've reorganized the draft. We wanted to start with a reminder of how we've got here. As you recall, the board passed a resolution to adopt the implementation of the science of reading, and our LEAs and superintendents have been on a roll. They have been looking at who's currently trained, who's not trained, where do we need to reallocate our resources, and so it's been phenomenal journey for us. We also wanted to make sure that policy outlined expectations for curriculum adoption, assessments, data analysis, as you've heard this morning, is really, really important. We have to make sure our teachers are really skilled at being able to do that. Our early warning systems, catching students early and monitoring very frequently, and interventions that are intervening early based on the diagnosis of what they need to improve. That's really, really important. We want to also make sure we're providing clear connections between policy and research, not just doing what we think is best, but really using the support. So that's why Kimyana we're so thankful for her support. She has access to tons of policy out there. So merely making sure our policy is grounded in research. And then just clarifying some of the rigorous requirements that already existed in our COMAR, but making very explicit connections. Just a summary of the continued feedback on our policy. Overall, we continue to receive commendations around focusing on the science of reading, the focus on implementing early around interventions, clarifying what that looks like, and then also screening students early and identifying early. And we will, and have already started, working on guidance for what this looks like. So the policy is very high level, but we are working on guidance and have some great partners who will be assisting us in developing the guidance on what interventions and intervening early will look like as well. And then continued areas for improvement is around retention. What does that mean? How should it be used? The intersectionality of assessments, funding, class sizes, what happens beyond grade 3? How does attendance play into this? And then also adequate staffing, right? Do the schools have the adequate staffing to support some of the the expectations that they have to around the implementation? So in looking at revising the literacy policy to provide clarity, it's organized into various sections. And so Dr. Smith and I are just going to go through some of the high-level changes that were made. So section 1 still focuses on the purpose of the policy. And what we've done is talked a little bit more about grade level promotion based on assessment data and the need for early intervention very, very early. As you heard Dr. Wright talk about this morning, having the data is one thing, but being able to pull back the layers over and over again to get to the root cause of the issue is really, really important. And so we tried to be clear about that point. The other areas for Section 2 and some of our definitions, we went back and made some revisions, clarified what multi-tiered systems of support are, MTSS, really focusing on MTSS has 3 tiers, right? Tier 1 being that core instruction that all students should have during the student day and simultaneously as they're receiving interventions. So not interventions, something different than they're getting their core instruction, clarifying what we mean by the science of reading and also structured literacy. So Dr. Smith is going to talk about some of the in the weeds implementation supports.
Yes, so a part of sections 1 and 2 was also to ensure that we sort of implicitly defined what we meant by early intervention and early quality instruction. And so within the confines of this section and within the confines of our pending developed documents, guidance document, we'll lay out what quality instruction looks like. You know, as a student progresses through their journey to becoming a proficient reader, these skills are built upon. So you start out with those foundational skills of oral language, phonemic awareness, phonics, and spelling. And as they progress, you will see that you add in more study around advanced phonics and comprehension strategies. And in 3rd grade, it gets even more explicit, wherein you add in the language comprehension skills, including the increased focus on the vocabulary and word study. So this is important progression that we implicitly implied within sections 1 and 2, but will be explicitly explained within the guidance documents provided through MSDE. One thing that stays the same as kiddos progress through kindergarten through 3rd grade is the need for explicit, systematic, and engaging instruction. That explicit instruction where teaching methods are clear, direct, unambiguous, and ensure students understand the what, the why, and the how of their learning. We want to make sure that instruction follows a logical sequence of instruction. It builds upon the simple to the complex. And students are afforded an opportunity to review and get reinforcement of the skills that they're learning. Lessons are designed to capture a student's interest and encourage active participation through the gradual release of responsibility, transitioning from a teacher-led instruction to a more student-oriented or student independence. We also wanted to ensure that there was a developmentally appropriate scope and sequence. Instruction is aligned with developmental milestones, ensuring that the content is appropriate for students' cognitive and emotional levels. There are built-in reviews wherein students are provided with regular opportunities to revisit and reinforce previously learned skills, solidifying their understanding and mastery of those skills. Additionally, within the confines of world-class literacy instruction, you want to see where students are afforded an opportunity for productive struggle, right? Kiddos need to struggle a little bit. Students should be encouraged to grapple with that challenging content and then foster the resilience to problem solve in order to form a deeper understanding of the content. One of the key components is the data-driven component within the confines of this world-class literacy instruction. Instruction is tailored based on data, providing necessary supports for all students and those scaffolds needed to achieve grade level mastery. Intervention as well as early identification of students at risk through assessments allow for timely interventions, ensuring no student falls behind. In addition, key components are universal screeners, formative assessments, informal instructor-developed assessments, as well as progress monitoring are all pivotal in making instructional decisions to ensure that students are progressing towards their mastery. all of these are embedded in within the confines of our multi-tiered systems of support, which is, we wanted to make sure that within this policy that we sort of clarify what we meant by MTSS. Again, understanding that our MTSS guidance document will provide additional, more detailed clarity around what is meant by supporting, developing this team-based leadership team to support students. Ensuring that we, within the confines of our guidance document, that we talk about the continuous data-driven decision-making. How do you do it? What do we mean by a comprehensive screening and assessment system? Those assessment systems are pivotal in ensuring that you have the data needed to make those instructional decisions necessary. Also within the confines of MTSS, the guidance document as well as the policy, we wanted to ensure that Tier 1s, Tier 2, and Tier 3 were very explicitly laid out and detailed, with an understanding, of course, that we would get into more detail with the development of our MTSS guidance document.
So now Section 3, which is the, I say, meat and potatoes of the policy. Some revisions that we made across Section 3, first in regards to educator support. We made sure that it included students in grades K to 3, and this is really focused on how we're going to prepare and support teachers as the policy is implemented. It's written, it's one thing to write a policy, as we heard today, but it's all about implementation. And so we also focused on pre-service teachers. Yesterday we had the honor of doing, watching parts of the video with higher ed partners, and they are deeply engaged and are ready, stand beside us to support their programs to make sure that our incoming teachers, as well as those who are getting recertified, are trained in the science of reading. The second section focuses on instruction and intervention. Again, as I mentioned, that Tier 1, first level core instruction, that's extremely important, utilizing high quality instructional materials that are culturally relevant for all students. And within that, we tried to clarify what are the expectations as you move from Tier 1, which is your core, but then you get to Tier 2, which you need smaller group, greater intensity of time with those students, and then eventually to Tier 3, where the intensity and smaller group gets smaller. And then the student reading improvement plan. We tried to make sure that parents saw themselves here, that our schools were not developing plans that are based on the diagnosis of students' reading challenges, but also parents were a part of that discussion and decision as the plans were developed and also implemented. And then finally, the readiness for promotion. Again, we will continue to clarify and provide guidance on retention-based practices, waivers, and different data sets that the LEAs may be able to use, that parents can use in terms of making decisions. So Section 3 is really the meat and potatoes of the policy.
So within that section, Section 3, we wanted to make sure that we were solidifying what we meant by Tier 1 core instruction for all, right? We know that you can't intervene your way out of a Tier 1 problem. You have to address that problem head on. And the foundation of student success begins with a robust, aligned Tier 1 core instruction. So our policy emphasizes strong, consistent core instruction for all students, which should, in essence, reduce the reliance later on interventions, right? If we provide quality instruction to begin with, then we shouldn't have to provide as much intervention according to the data. We also wanted to make sure that we were looking at effective instructional strategies all aligned to data, wherein educators were regularly reviewing lesson plans and student data to ensure all instructional focuses directly address the students' deficit areas or their needed skills. We also want to leverage technology and centers to differentiate instruction to meet the diverse needs of students performing at, above, and or below grade level. And then in addition, we want to, when necessary, we want to incorporate instruction from earlier grade level standards into small groups to ensure foundational skills are mastered in order for us to sort of shore up the gaps that are present, that may be present for some students. So by focusing on and strengthening this Tier 1 instruction and aligning our practices to meet every student's needs, we create a solid foundation that supports all learners, minimizing the needs for intervention and driving academic success across the board. In addition, within the confines of Section 3, there was a request that we add in some type of guidance around minimum instructional minutes and scheduling. So future MSD guidance will provide updated language to clarify minimum instructional time, as well as follow-up guidance and resources will be provided to LEAs to include samples, schedules, wherein we would address that 90 to 120-minute literacy block, which has been recommended by many researchers, including Underwood in 2018, as well as the National Reading Panel. We want to make sure that we are providing opportunities for teachers or helping teachers understand how to include other content areas in LEA to ensure that they are addressing the science and the social studies and nonfiction texts, pairing that with the fictional text, so that they are, in essence, killing two birds with one stone, so to speak, right? In addition, there's an extreme emphasis on the MTSS within Section 3, right? We did this purposefully. MTSS, Tier 1, 2, Tier 3 are all imperative, right, if we want to impact student success. So the revised policy emphasizes the importance of early intervention and early identification. We have to identify early to ensure the students receive the help they need when they need it. There is an increased emphasis on parent partnerships, including making parents a vital part of that MTSS team. There's a focus on improved communication, clear communication with parents. We added specific language to ensure timely, clear written communication for parents and caregivers for students who are having reading difficulties. We also will be developing sample notifications that include explanations of what the reading difficulties are for children that are accessible for family and in family-friendly terms. We also will include within that notification detailed descriptions of the current services the child should be receiving and the specific interventions provided. So we're in giving the parent more access to what's going on within the confines of their kiddos' classrooms. Parental input is pivotal and major component of the policy. We've included a parent waiver, a right to waive within the confines of the policy. So the policy sort of strengthens the role of the parents in the promotion process, including the right to ask for additional continued supports for their students. So by enhancing the MTSS frameworks and deepening family engagements, we want to ensure that parents are informed, they are empowered, and they are actively involved in their child's educational journey, fostering those strong partnerships between the schools, the LEAs, as well as through the MSDE.
And the last section of the last two sections of the plan focus on an implementation timeline. Based on stakeholder feedback, we decided it would be important to add a timeline just to lay out what this would look like. And so the timeline helps to see the rollout. And then the last section of the plan talks about the responsibilities of MSDE, but also the responsibilities of our local education agencies. Again, we wanted to be clear on not only what the implementation would look like, but also how MSD will need to provide ongoing support as well. And just in summary, the LEAs will develop policies and structures that align with the requirements in the policy. We really believe that's where we at MSD are going to have to dig in heavily. Mm-hmm. Each LEA is different, has their own context, and so we'll be providing some customized support where necessary. The LEAs will develop and submit reports to MSDE to increase transparency. Again, we don't want this to be an I gotcha. We want to be able to partner and be able to support and kind of get a sense of where all the LEAs are. And as I mentioned, really leaning in on the technical assistance around assessment literacy, the data analysis, and the intervention support. We can't stress that enough. That's where we'll lean in and continue to work with our partners to create the resources that you've heard us talk about, and in any expertise and share spotlights.
I think it's important to note too that as Dr. Burke and Dr. Wright stated, that it's not, we can have all the policies, we can have all of the professional development in the world. If they're not implementing it well, if don't have the implementation, we won't see the type of successes that we expect to see. And so we've onboarded great new staff that are well-versed in professional learning around the science of reading, but not just the PL. They are also well-versed in how to implement it transfer it into a classroom where the rubber meets the road, right? And so we're really excited about having them on board and being able to help teachers, help LEAs, transfer all of this learning that we provided around the science of reading into our classrooms across the state of Maryland.
Thank you.
So you'll see in the there's an appendix here too, and we also so take a look at we're talking about family engagement. We're giving you a comprehensive timeline that's in the backup. We're not going to take the time to do that today, but I do think that one thing you kept hearing them refer to, and I want to just be clear on it. There's the policy, and then there is the guidance that's going to come behind the policy. So when we're looking at policy, it's kind of like keeping it at that policy level, but know that behind that, we're going to be providing a lot of guidance information to districts as well. And that was mentioned more than once. And I'm turning it back over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Board members, Mr. Crawford.
Excellent presentation. I would suggest that we add another responsibility area, and that's for the board. You know, we're getting ready to go into football season, and we see some of the teams, they go all in. So they bring all these people in, and for 1 year, they're great. They go from no wins to Super Bowl champ, and then the next year, they disappear again. So to me, when we look at the board's responsibility, from using a football analogy, the board has the responsibility for creating a dynasty. So we cannot just get there, we have to maintain it. You have to be able to maintain it. So that's one. The second piece the board has to do is provide air cover, because it's going to get uncomfortable. So being able to provide the air cover, working with the department, the superintendent, and the elected officials to make that happen. You talked about the capacity, getting capacity here at MSDE. That's great. Question I have is, when you look at the LEAs, do they have the capacity? It's great that we have people here that understand science of reading and how to transfer. Do the LEAs have it? Are they actually using that? And then on the parental outreach, I've been just going around, just talking to folks around that I know that are people that are interested in education. They may have children in the system, or they are just, they're good citizens, very civically aware. They know very little about what we're talking about. So we need to think about maybe even some type of public service announcements on television, on the media, that sort of blast, this is what we're doing, this is what you need to know about. We need to figure out how to leverage nonprofits, PTAs, faith-based organizations, because if we don't, my fear is that we'll put all of this energy into it, and the LEAs and the populations that have traditionally suffered, they'll make some improvement, but they won't realize the full improvement. So we got to look at a full court press if we're serious about this. Because, the worst thing that we could do is, and Dr. Johnson and I were talking about, the worst thing we can do is to make a pronouncement that we're going to do X, Y, and Z in literacy and math, and nothing happened. I mean, then then we fall victim to our critics that say that public education isn't worth the investment. It doesn't work. So if we make the commitment, we need to be there. We need to do what's necessary, bring the resources to the table, and hold everybody accountable appropriately to make it happen, and do it over an extended period of time. This is not a one and done. This is a change in how we do business in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I've got Dr. Amelia McCarthy, then Dr. Johnson, and then Mr. Greer, and Dr. Getty, and then Ms. McCusker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The work that's being done on this is really incredible, and I thank you. And I'm getting pinged on my text messaging about it. It's so wonderful that we're really going to seriously look at the science of reading and the implementation and the training. So I appreciate that. I do have a question about when we look at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Where does special ed fit into this? Because when you get to Tier 3, you really are struggling and you need more focused and intensive help. But there's no mention of how special ed functions with Tier 3. So that's piece one. And number two is when you say all core instruction is Tier 1, well, there are children who don't get Tier 1. So you put them in a Tier 2 for the instruction to help them access Tier 1, but then many times children are put back into Tier 1 instruction, they can't access it, and it becomes quite frustrating, or they're so far below the skill level needed for access to Tier 1 that just giving them the Tier 2 and then putting them back in Tier 1 is very frustrating and not helpful. It's like asking me to play tennis with an instructor, which is Tier 2, and then putting me back in a competition in Tier 1, it's not going to happen. So I just wonder about that. So there's more questions, but those are the two regarding the tiers that I wanted to ask about.
Okay. Any other comments?
Oh, I got lots, but
We'll
let other people.
We'll come back.
Oh, not bad. I mean,
I'm doing all mine.
All right. Great.
I want to give everybody else a chance.
Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. I reflect on ages ago, Carrie, when training for database decision-making, the tools were rolled out by the state, and everyone in the state used the same tools to go through with their districts, with their schools, decision-making, database decision-making. Are we preparing to do that again? I think that was a time where we had most of the success, where we had everyone being trained with the same tool, everyone in the entire state being trained with the same tool. The other, I'm kind of stealing your thunder here a little bit, in terms of, I know that the librarians were crucial in my development of reading. Are we, and then I'm talking now public librarians, as well as librarians that are in schools. Are they a part also of the training for the science of reading?
Okay, great. Let's touch on that. Is librarian, do we have a response on that now, or is that something we want to come back to?
I was just taking notes for everything to make sure that when we huddle back together again, that it was included, if that's okay.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Greer.
Hey there. So, I appreciate Ms. Millie McCarthy giving her first, Dr. Millie McCarthy, sorry, giving her first thoughts and then holding the rest. I'm going to go ahead and give all of mine, and then we'll go. In general, these revisions feel very responsive to the overwhelming amount of feedback that we've gotten, and I will echo what was noted earlier. I applaud this team for putting this out to public comment before we get to the stage of policy. This is really great. This is how this should be done. Parents that I talk to, myself included, don't want to be lied to about their child's ability to read. Never. Right? We want to know. We want to know where they are. We want to know that they can read. We want to know that they can connect the dots and that they're literate. And we'll support, they want to be a support for literacy development at home. They want to be leveraged in that way as a partner in the learning. To this end, I have a couple of recommendations. So I think the term right to waive is not exactly the right language. I understand the inspiration behind it. I would propose that we call this an informed consent. Part of this is from the medical community. I think what should come from this is that it positions the schools and the professionals to be able to make a recommendation in the same way that a doctor would or a team of medical professionals would. And then it provides parents with the risks to saying yes and the risks to saying no. And I think that those pieces of information should be provided from the state, not from the LEA. So there should be an explainer that's based on the key high-level pieces of research that states, here's what the risks are to retention, here's what the risks are if you don't retain. I think this positions the parent as a person who can then be a partner up to that point, and this assumes that in the implementation of all this, like I love the multi-tiered support, and I love the long distance of pre-K up to second grade, parent as a partner all the way through. I'm assuming all of that is going to happen as expected, and that this isn't a conversation that's going to happen as a blindside last minute in third grade, which I know is not the intention of this policy at all. And I applaud all of that. Devil's in the details. We'll get there when we get to the guidance and how this will play out. But I would prefer that we put the burden of due process back to the school and the professionals who have the expertise, and not leave it to the parent to say, I'm not really sure if I want to waive this or not. I think that language piece will make a big difference, and the process piece will be huge. To Mr. Crawford's points, elegant as always. I'd love to continue to emphasize that the language of all of this content, parent resources for support as leading up to this point, and as well as in the informed consent piece, is in layperson's terms. And if we need a PSA campaign, let's do it. I think that's great. I think that we're going to talk about at 2 o'clock today, AI. This is a wonderful place to leverage AI in the classroom in some way, if there's a way to help teachers use the tools to build personalized communication to parents that's aligned to the standards and the curriculum that they have. It's overwhelming for teachers to be able to build even just 5 different emails bases, right? I mean, we can use AI to do that. We can take that off of their plates as we need to in safe ways as we build our path to safe use of AI and responsible use of it. And then I'd love to help and support with coming up with this language, or to review, or to be a part of the team that comes up with it. So please call on me and my resources. I would be happy to sit with the team here to do this, to get it right, and to help make sure that that moment at informed consent feels warm and a space that puts the parent in a position that they can, in the same way as they would with their doctor, be able to go home and say, I have a decision to make, and here's what the pros and cons of that decision are. Finally, this is a pivotal policy. We know that it's probably the most important one that we're going to hear in this iteration of this board. I recommend that because of that, we have some implementation timeline that includes coming back to us after we've selected some key metrics that we want to watch, that we know that this thing is going to work, where we think the trouble spots are going to be, and that for sure we get a full breadth report within 3 years of implementation, maybe each year, just so we can watch over time to make sure that we're not setting up a policy that will not be revisited, not just by this board, but by the boards ahead. And so I'd like to see something written in here that states that we will come back and continue to report on the implementation of this and the way that it is playing out. Because all policy is written by teams of people who have an intent to do the right thing, but then there's going to be some form of, I'll just call it some equity issues down the line, and we don't want those to continue to remain. And if we see that happening, then we want to make the adjustments where we need to. But applaud this team for continuing to push. Thank you.
And just as a start place, and we'll add what your comments too, slide 36 in your deck gives you an implementation timeline. But we need to go back and add your request, obviously, but that'll at least give you an idea of what we're thinking.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Getty.
Hello, good morning. I'm going to start with an apology, and that is that I should have brought this opinion to your attention a month ago, but I got really sidetracked by the mass retention idea and needed to speak out against that. And so first, I appreciate all your work in softening the retention policy and giving LEAs different pathways of pursuing it or not, and including the parents. So that's where I start. And that, so my concern today is what I would consider an error in the policy as a whole and a glaring omission of the idea of pre-K. And I would like the entire policy written with somebody emphasizing the lens of pre-K and what they can contribute. My idea is that this is a population that is the highest percent of poverty, English as a second language, and special education children, the highest concentration year that will ever exist as the students progress through public school education. First of all, we're not a K through 12 system. We are a pre-K through 12 system statewide. And so it gives a special opportunity to add another whole year of instruction and intervention that I think we can't ignore. If we do, we are leaving a strategy behind and saying pre-K kids aren't in this equation, and I think they are. I think you can't do it without the all-in commitment of an early childhood educator to provide the early start and the direct instruction. And I do not believe we will have the robust outcome that we want without pre-K included. So I would ask you to go back and do that. Specifically, page 11 with the parent part, I think we need to teach our pre-K and kindergarten teachers that they have a dual role, teaching the students as well as teaching parents how to be parents engaged in the public education system. If you ignore it at the pre-K level, you push parents away and you teach them not to be engaged, as opposed to the pre-K teacher who is talented and skilled and say, hey, by the way, Mom, if on your way to school today or for the next couple of weeks, could you play rhyming games with your child and things like that. I think parents at that early age are eager to be included in the education of their children, and we do a lot to push them away and not include them. The other thing is page 6, when it says a system of support, I think that's where you also put pre-K. And then the third spot is in page 16. We have to include our pre-K teachers in the science of reading training, because how can they prepare children with kindergarten readiness in mind without that key element of literacy. To have them aside instead of part of the trajectory of literacy is an error. I would say that Dr. Michael can tell you firsthand that the year of pre-K is just foundational and profound for children to learn reading and writing. To not have that year with high quality instruction, his daughter wouldn't be the same person entering kindergarten this year. And I just can't say it enough. I would also like to lead the LEAs away from the sense that your most skilled and talented and knowledgeable educators belong in 3rd grade. That is, like I said last month, that is too late. We want to get away from the remedial model and get those most talented and knowledgeable teachers at the pre-K, K, and 1st grade level, because that's where we're going to get away from proficiency levels that aren't acceptable. One more petty little thing is, can you get rid of the acronyms in your writing? For me as an educator, when I read the policy, I get slowed down because my head has to interpret MTSS and different things. I never did find out what WIDA was without looking it up myself. WIDA. See, I didn't even know. Yeah, so if you get rid of that, it makes a non-educator be able to read it without the interpretation like a foreign language going on in their head. And it would be easier for me too. And I think that's it, and I thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Getty. Ms. McCusker.
Again, thank you for the amazing work and for making sure that this work is done with a lot of input from many, many different stakeholder groups. It is truly going to be a Maryland plan. I do have a couple things just to think about. I'm in the actual draft policy, and on page 6 where it talks about determining the assessments that we're going to use, and one of those factors was the time required so that we minimize the impact on instructional time. Again, piggybacking on what Dr. Goldson said, if we're going to add some new assessments, let's make sure the locals are taking away the others. We don't want to have competing assessments going on in the classroom taking away from that time. I had a question and a confusion regarding the very next section where it talked about renewal requirements, and that teachers needed, beginning with renewals in 2025, which is less than a year away, that we would have the submission of the passing score, the completion of coursework. There are 4 different bullets there that teachers can use to be part of their renewal beginning in 2025. And the reason I was a little confused about this was that when we passed the new licensure, we said that teachers who were already in process would be able to renew under the old guidance, and then on their next renewal would come into the new licensure. So is this addition part of how does it fit into the current licensure? And with less than a year to go, do we have time for educators to meet this timeline? And you don't necessarily have to answer me now if you don't have an answer, and but it's something to think about, because I'm concerned about the timeline, and I'm concerned about how this fits into what we said about teachers being able to use the old licensure, and is this added on? So yeah, please clarify that soon. And then I had more of a, when we talked about coaching for educators, school-based teacher training on the evidence-based reading instruction. I know we're already into this and it's already happening, that there's going to be co-planning, co-teaching, observation with timely feedback cycles. So who's doing the training? particularly if we have shortages happening. When is that training happening? Is it happening during the school day? Is it happening after school? Are we thinking that this is connected to the 60-40 prep time division in the blueprint? Is it part of what we're thinking that the career ladder, our career ladder giving us our master teachers and teacher leaders, are they going to be the ones that are in charge of co-teaching and all of these? So who's doing this? Is this part of what we see as our vision for the blueprint? Is this how we're connecting to the blueprint? And if we are training teachers after school, are we paying them for their time? Because, I always kind of pull that question out of there. I think the training's important. Please don't read that to mean that I don't think it's important. I think it is important, but I also think it's important that we treat our teachers with professionalism when that happens. And I think that might be all of my little marks that I had. Yep, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Other questions? Make sure. Let's get Chin Chin, and we'll get Ms. Chang.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate all the work. Yeah, I do have a couple of notes I took down, and one of them I added to Ms. Greer's comment about the informed consent, which is a medical term. And yeah, we always kind of ask the person receiving this treatment to give consent, but in this case, it's a minor, right? Students is underage.
The parent.
Yeah, but the parents need to give consent, say, hey, my student can be whole bag or, without it, and just move on, advance to the next level. That would be interesting, say, we would, get student involved. Because the system, either LEA or the policy will have a lot of robust interventions that the kids might be willing to participate, but the parents say, no. Why we don't get to hear the student what they want to do and get them to talk to their parents and come to a consensus? Since we have a student board member here, I think you have a lot to say about, if you push back to when you're in the year grade 2, what are you going to do with yourself and what do you want to stand up for yourself for the future? Not just your parents told you to do so. Yeah. Might play a role in that, and how do we kind of incorporate or modify that informed consent to add a student's comments or their signatures that they want to go with that decision for their own future. I think that could be a consideration. And then the AI part, I would say now you can think of it, you build, or something that you cannot imagine that it has been built. It'll come. It'll come to your phone, come to your all different devices or different places you just not think, oh, this thing just pop out. What happened? Something just suggesting you to do something. Yeah, with that mindset being in mind, that there are a lot of interventions and AI assistance, I would say assistance, because human being still drives what's behind it. And we can make the final decision, yes, we'll accept your suggestion, or no, we'll go something else because of whatever assessment or condition you assess, more than the assistant try to tell you their suggestion. So with that being said, yeah, definitely we can adapt those tools in different levels and to make teachers, educators less effortless to make so many curriculum just to meet all students in 10 levels within her or his classrooms, because that being involved so many years in community-based schools, language schools. Within a class of 10 students, we have 10 levels. And then we have to answer to the parents, because we also invite parents to see in the classroom if their students have challenges at home, or them as parents, they want to learn themselves. So it's a different approach from different level and perspective that I want to add to it. And I know you already collected a lot of comments, and kind of make revision into the policy to make it better. But I think we work together, get the board, continue to monitor, and the community, especially I think, fortunately I live in Howard County, I do believe the library system, the libraries, and they started to train them science of reading. Yeah, and have a lot of programs for younger age, and even summer program. I think that is robust in some counties, but probably not all. But those are areas we can kind of lay out in our backbone support. Yeah, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Mr. Paul, and then we'll come to Dr. Mueller McCarthy.
Just very briefly, I've been thinking about the family engagement part of it, and the idea of these sort of age-based guides. I think this is just prime territory for video items, or like a little, demonstrating in age-appropriate ways in different cultural contexts with a wide variety of sort of actors or real participants or whatever. That's a real chance to reach deeply into the community. So I just want to highlight that as a thing that I'm particularly enthusiastic about. I'm envisioning, here's what it, pre-K, K, 1, 2, at like different age brackets. Here are some demonstrations of how to play these games or do these exercises with your kids. So that's a site of particular excitement for me.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Dr. Mueller McCarthy.
Thank you. I am always so impressed by my fellow board members and the deep thinking that goes on, and you always make my thinking better, so thank you. I love, Mr. Greer, and the concept of informed consent, because everyone on this board in MSDE knows how not lovely in love I am with a retention policy. So I struggle with that, but I do appreciate that concept. I do want to also talk with that there are many parents who do not feel comfortable engaging with school personnel, and who don't either have the language access or the confidence access or the trust access to engage with school personnel, even with an informed consent. So I start, and mostly, I would venture to say that a lot of these parents come from underserved communities. So I worry about that, and so that children who are in underserved communities may bear the brunt of retention more than other children. So I struggle with that a lot. The other thing I do want to say too, the pre-K component, Dr. Getty, it's language. We all know from my previous rants that reading is a language-based activity and occurs with the structures on the left side of the brain that were originally put there for oral language learning. And then we superimpose our instruction using those structures on the left side of the brain. So what we do in pre-K is really enhance those language pieces, those precursors that enable children when they get to the reading table to be successful. So I wholeheartedly embrace that. Thank you for bringing that. And then the only other thing I want to bring, I'm sorry, you said say it all. I struggle with things outside of the school day. I run a school, and I tell parents, if we're not doing our job, then your child needs tutoring after school. That we hope that we program for the child during the school day. Kids are tired at the end of the day, especially kids who struggle. They are using every piece of their brain to struggle and achieve and learn. And when you get kids after school, not everyone is an eager beaver to do after school work. And really they should be playing baseball or going to dance lessons or playing outside or riding their bikes. So I struggle with that and encourage us to figure out ways to get the instruction done during the school day. And then one more thing, with the universal screener, I do think that we should include universal screening for dyslexia after grade 3. It's for children who are not achieving, but especially when children come into the district after grade 3 who are struggling, either the school or the district, they should be screened. So I think maybe we should include it in this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Question and just a few comments from me. First, last month we heard some concerns about the notion of unfunded mandates in this policy. I'm, and last month I talked about this notion that the public's going to struggle with the idea of an unfunded mandate in the context of some of the largest expansion in the investment of public education through the blueprint. So my question to you is, can you bring us up to speed and the public, if you have a moment now, on the TSI fund? What is the purpose of that? Can we just, for the public's sake, have a better understanding of how those funds are used, how they're determined, what districts are to be doing with those funds, so that we can understand what TSI means exactly? Yes.
So Donna Gunning is coming to the table. She's going to help clarify.
Hi. So TSI is Transitional Supplemental Instruction. It's a program intended to provide support for students in K through 3. The proxy that's used to identify those students is the 3rd grade assessment in the prior year. Those students who are not proficient on the exam in the year before the current school year are used as the proxy for identifying kids in the current school year.
So in the blueprint, we're identifying the percent of students that are not proficient in 3rd grade literacy, backing that onto that ratio back onto enrollment, and we're then providing schools with additional supplemental funding to help provide intervention in grades K1 and 2 and 3.
K through 3. So
Okay.
it's all 4 grades, and it is a per pupil amount. It is important to note that in 26, after 26, those funds are intended to sunset.
So we're sunsetting early literacy funds?
Transitional supplemental instruction will sunset at the end of 26.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that clarity. I guess just very briefly, we have been talking about literacy, and I just want to underscore, particularly in the context of this notion of us looking at English language arts through the grades today in MCAP and mathematics. We know that when students are ready to read, they're ready to learn. And I just want us to underscore, this is not just about early literacy, this is about the entire academic success and college and career readiness that we're talking about. And I want to draw, I think the second thing here, which is a bit of a culture shift, is that 3rd grade literacy is no longer our baseline assessment point in literacy. And that has to change. And subconsciously or at the school level, people say, okay, let's see where students are in 3rd grade, and then we're going to layer in interventions. That has to change. The 3rd grade literacy assessment is now our summative assessment on early literacy. And that is a mindset shift that we have to engage in. There are some districts that have started in that direction, and we're seeing it when we look at the district level. We're seeing changes in literacy. But the fact that we are making some of our least amount of growth in recent years on MCAP in 3rd grade is unacceptable, and that has to change. And I want to draw on Mr. Weaver's comments from earlier on this notion that when we say all means all, we need to operationalize that. And I would apply that to our context with the blueprint. We want to bring equitable education to students. We have to operationalize that. It's not just funding. Our practices have to change too. And so that's what this work looks like. And so thank you, Dr. Wright and Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith, for your efforts in bringing this back. Thank you, colleagues, for bringing your robust feedback to the table. This is urgent work. We're going to be deliberate in how we proceed, but a focus on literacy and doubling down is a non-negotiable. So as we march towards this, as we look to consider this in September, I just want to be very clear. This is the direction we're heading. However the pieces look, and this focus on literacy is top-line priority for us as we look to truly transform educational experiences for all children in Maryland. All right, with that, Dr. Wright, any other comments on this segment? All right.
Actually, yes, I do.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody for their feedback, because I want to echo that. We only get better when we have all the ideas on the table, and so I thank each and every one of you for providing that level of feedback, and we will take it back to heart. Thank you.
Great. All right. Pursuant to Section 3305B1, B7, and B13 of the general provisions of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will be adjourning to executive session to discuss the following: review of our FY26 confidential DBM budget estimates and requests, personnel matters, review submissions process for departmental legislation, and 2 appeals. We plan to return here. The public meeting will reconvene at 2 p.m. here in the boardroom. Thank you. Sorry. Rookie over here. All right.
Clarence is going to let you leave, too. Clarence is like, let's go.
You know, we're moving with consent here. All right, here we go. All right, so can we take a vote to do what I just said? Is there a motion? Mr. Paul, second by Dr. Mealy McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? We'll see you at 2.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Calling the meeting back to order for public session. We're going to start off with a briefing on AI in education. Pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright, who can introduce our guests.
Yes. Okay.
At this time.
Yes, we are privileged to have with us today Mr. Pat Young-Pradit, who is, as you know, with Code.org. And we're going to have a presentation from them, and also Sean Rushing. So if you two want to join us up here. We are very heavily involved, not only in a local level, but on a national level with AI. The Southern Regional Education Board formed a task force. We are a member of SREB. There's about 16 states, starting from basically Maryland and swinging through the South and encompassing, Kentucky, Tennessee, et cetera. And it's a great organization. They do really great work. Their executive director happens to be a former state chief, so which is very helpful as well. But he formed this task force. Senator Hester is on that task force, and we have two representatives on the task force. We have Sean Rushing and Aaron Senior, who also represent MSDE on the task force. So, and also the Department of Instructional Technology has a subgroup or a subcabinet on AI, of which Sean sits on that as well. So a lot of involvement, not only locally, but nationally where AI is concerned. So we wanted to bring you up to date on what is transpiring and what's going to transpire in the future. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Sean.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. President Michael, Vice President Golson, Dr. Wright. Esteemed members of the board, today we're going to give you a status update on where we are with artificial intelligence and the initiatives that we have set for the Department of Education. So the MSDE AI committee was established in late April. We've established a few goals for us to determine the success of the committee. The first goal was to research what AI policies that our sister states have implemented throughout the U.S. Next was to draft policies and guidelines for security as well as a framework for the LEAs, and to investigate any types of AI applications that could help our teachers with lesson planning or IEP development. The committee we meet once a month, and the committee stakeholders include the Chief of Staff, Alexander Reese, the Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Hickman from Special Education, Matt Duque from the Office of Research, myself from the Office of Information Technology, and Ms. Erin Senior from the Office of Professional Learning in HQIM. We have additional stakeholders outside of MSDE, which are Rick Lippert from the CIO of Calvert County, as well as a student representative. We have completed a couple of items. One of the items we've focused on was the AI security policy to make sure that MSDE staff and LEAs know not to use any type of PII, and PII is personally identifiable information, into artificial intelligence. We built these guidelines based on DOIT's recommendation, NIST standards, which is the federal guidelines for IT, and on SB 818, which oversees guidelines of ethical use of artificial intelligence. My colleague, Ms. Erin Senior, will go over the initiatives that she has completed with the digital learning leaders.
So this past spring, MSD facilitated an AI panel discussion with our quarterly digital learning and school library media collaborative. All the Maryland local school systems were invited, including digital learning coordinators, school library media supervisors, were all invited to attend. 3 school systems comprised the panel and spoke to us. They shared out their AI best practices that are currently occurring. They also talked about initiatives and shared resources that were going on in their system. Following the panel discussion, attendees were able to collaborate and work together to determine how they could use these resources and what they heard to be able to apply them in their own school systems as they move forward. In addition to the tasks that we already completed at MSDE, the MSD staff is actively engaged in several other AI initiatives and projects. This slide represents 3 of those initiatives and projects. Currently, MSD is conducting an AI survey that was distributed to all LEA cybersecurity and digital learning leaders. The results of the survey will be analyzed and will inform the development of MSDE's comprehensive AI guidelines. Furthermore, MSD has joined 3 committees: the Governor Moore's AI Subcommittee, Southern Regional Educational Board AI Committee, and Teach AI State Advisory Committee. Participation in these committees is going to ensure that the department remains well informed about emerging AI developments and provides opportunities for MSD to share resources and collaborate with other local and national agencies. The third initiative involves the drafting of guidelines on how teachers and students can responsibly and effectively integrate AI into their classroom to enhance their teaching and learning practices and personalize instruction for all students. Looking ahead, our upcoming plans include presenting compiled survey results to the MSD AI Committee, MSD leadership, and other key stakeholders, leveraging national trend data and research to inform the development of future guidelines and any possible policies, developing and launching an MSD AI information site, and continuing to provide professional learning opportunities and collaborative spaces for LEA leaders to enhance their skills and share resources. Now that the MSD updates have concluded, I am pleased to introduce Pat Young-Pradit, who last month presented to MSDE's AI Committee and is here today to share his knowledge and insights with you. Pat's the Chief Academic Officer for Code.org and the lead of Teach AI. He is a global thought leader on AI and computer science education. He has been involved in influencing each stage of the educational system from policy to practice in the Maryland legislature and Maryland classrooms as he taught in Maryland for 13 years. Currently, he spends most of his time in policy conversations, but in order to ensure he stays connected to the classroom, he finds time to substitute teach. I am pleased to turn the presentation over to Pat Young-Pradit.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Sean. And yes. So for those online who didn't hear me, I subbed for the first day of school in MCPS, and I hadn't been in a classroom in a lead position like that in 11 years. And I mean, while some things stay the same, some things really are quite different coming out of the pandemic, cell phones, just the number of screens that kids watch all the time. And then there's this AI thing, which a lot of them are engaging with through social media and apps and on the down low per homework. And I'm really happy that Maryland will be creating some guidelines, because right now it's a wild west in our schools, in our state right now. It's a wild west in the nation when it comes to AI and education. So I'm here to talk a little bit about that. And actually, I'd like to start off by turning your attention to these briefs, these one-pagers that are near you. They're in color. The first one should say, "What is AI?" And they were designed expressly for you all, policymakers and education leaders who just want the quick and dirty about what AI is, its place in education and the workforce. Will it really replace people's jobs? There's a one-pager on classroom perspectives. What do teachers think? What do students think about AI? What do parents think about AI? What are the ethical concerns? And then there's a key doc called Foundational Policy Ideas. While you're looking at that, I'd like you to think of some questions, because, you know, it's the afternoon, folks. You've gone through a lot of stuff today, a lot of decision making or a lot of updates already. I'd like to actually hear from you all what you would like to know about AI in education, and I will actually customize the presentation and emphasize certain things based off of what you asked for. So if you're someone like me who can't stand being just talked to for a long time and just wants to know what you want to know, then you want to ask a question, okay? Because then I promise you, I will cover something that you want to know. So we'll actually start backwards here. We'll start with a couple questions, then I'll get into the presentation and end with a couple questions. Mr. Paul.
One big thing, there's tremendous power in these tools, but there's also the risk of hallucination and unreliability.
Yep.
And my question is, how do we incorporate the understanding of that possibility in our use of these tools with young people? And, how much trepidation should that give us about using these tools at all?
And while we're there, you might help define for the rest of us the term hallucination in the AI context.
Yeah, I'll defer to the
Yeah.
actual expert for
To
real
you,
definitions.
right, exactly.
Yes, I can't
Yes.
wait to describe what,
Yes.
what that actually means. Yes.
Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
So my first tongue-in-cheek question is, what question should I be asking you?
Ask a chatbot.
Pardon?
Ask a chatbot.
Yeah, but the other thing is I've used, just kind of dabbled very, very surfacely, and the results I got were pretty unimpressive and pretty fluffy. And how do we train kids to be critical thinkers with the results they get from things that they feed into a chatbot?
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll take one or two more questions.
Mr. Greer.
Thanks for joining us today. Key questions are going to be around which states are out in lead on this and what do their policies look like. I know we've probably heard of North Carolina, Virginia, other places. Would love to see some examples or talk about that. And then for consideration, agreed with all the things that we're saying about how to leverage this and make it safe in the classroom. I think that's going to be first tier. Second tier is going to be how do we support our teachers and our educators to expand their abilities, meaning we often say that teachers have tons and tons of jobs. I think they do. I've been a teacher myself. We have teachers around this table, and we've all been called on to be all kinds of things. And I think that we can support that profession and teachers by leveraging AI tools in ways that maybe we haven't really talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Greer.
Mr. Paul.
Yeah, last one. Last one for me, I should say. What are the ways that we can teach the responsible use of these tools such that they don't, they're not replacements for student work or student effort, but rather augmentations for the things we care about students doing most, the critical thinking or the creativity that we want our students to engage in. So not replacements for rote work, but tools that enhance the cognitive load that they're bearing.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to begin here, and then we'll take some more questions later. It's quite an exciting time, folks. If you think back, do you remember when the computer was really being introduced into schools? It was just a novelty, right? And then we started to really figure out its place in infrastructure, teacher support, student learning, everything. Do you remember when the internet started making its way into schools as well? And how librarians were concerned that kids would never read again, or like, what is truth now? That we can't control it as much, and everyone's submitting their own type of truth. And then that exploded with the mobile movement, right? And now we can't do anything without a smartphone. And kids, certainly that's what I found on the first day of school, they literally cannot be away from their smartphone. They're literally addicted to their phones. I don't even take offense when they go to their phones anymore, because I just realize it's just really hard for them physically. And then there's this AI thing, and what's that all about? And we're going to be looking back upon this 10 years from now, and just like smartphones are everything for us, AI will be everything for us. In fact, if you're a Pixel phone lover, you can't escape it, because they just released their new phone from Google, and it's all about AI. So let's find out about what AI means for education. These slides are actually already posted on the board website, but I also like to provide bit.ly links so that people can access them on their computers while I'm presenting, so that they can just move forward at their leisure. So bit.ly/MD State Board AI. So like I said, the world's changing, and for me, it's very simple. Let's just use this movement to improve education. It's the world's largest PD opportunity right now, not for educators, but literally for all professionals. So how do we use this to improve education? And for Maryland, the key question is, what are the conditions that we need to enable to help Maryland realize the benefits of AI in education while mitigating the risks, because there are both benefits and risks. And I want to talk about Washington County, because I want to get very, concrete here. I was talking to Ann Anders, who's the supervisor of library media programs and instructional technology in Washington County, and she shared this. They've already went ahead and developed AI guidance for their schools. And they use a toolkit that Teach AI created to help them create guidance. They are already piloting resources. They already piloted resources, and now they're expanding to middle school and high school. Actually, when it says next week, it's actually currently right now and with parents. Their library programs and classroom teachers are partnering together. Like, that's like the holy grail of education, right? That people are working outside their classrooms with one another. And they're teaching 4 AI lessons this year, grades 6 through 12. This doesn't happen in a computer science class. This happens outside of your typical tech classes. And then lastly, all their administrators are getting on board with this. Their high school teachers are in a PD pilot from last year, and they're moving into a supervisor-led AI PD this year. A lot is happening in Washington County, basically. And I know that I was also talking to Charles County, because they're working on guidance as well, and there are many more that have committees just like MSDE. Everyone's trying to figure this out, and I'm going to just skip to the chase, folks. I have 5 recommendations. Number 1, you heard about the MSDE AI committee. I recommend, someone was asking, like, what are other states doing? Mr. Greer, you were asking that, or is that? Someone was asking that. What are other states doing? Well, they're moving from the initial, state education agency committee, like basically the SEA just trying to figure out on their own what's going on, to a more statewide task force focused on education. And they're making policy recommendations, and they're at minimum creating AI guidance, which you heard from Sean and Aaron that they're already planning on doing. So that's number 1. Number 2, establish a CS and AI coordinator position in MSDE. There actually used to be one up until just 3, 4, 6 months ago. And that got moved to the USM. So that right now in the Maryland State Department of Education, there's now dedicated CS or AI position. And you might be thinking, AI position, that's crazy. Well, guess what? The Utah State Board of Education, that's what they call their SEA there. They have an AI coordinator dedicated and a CS coordinator. Again, Mr. Greer was wondering, what are the lead states doing? They've already published guidance a long time ago. Number 3, promote AI literacy in curriculum instruction. California just passed a bill that requires the Instructional Quality Commission. They have this commission that guides curriculum frameworks and instructional materials. It's like a layer in between districts. This bill requires them to consider AI literacy content in the next standards revision cycles for particular subjects. It doesn't require them to put it in it, just requires them to consider it, just like math. Should there be AI concepts and skills that kids should learn in math that are relevant in this day and age? Just to consider it is what's happening in California. Number 4, provide PD for all staff. This is really important. The NEA and AFT believe that it's not just about teachers learning about AI, it's about guidance counselors, and it's certainly about office staff to improve productivity. And then number 5, fund pilots. And so if you don't know about Teach AI, so I'm the Chief Academic Officer of Code.org. It's a nonprofit. There are 5 organizations that steer Teach AI: Code.org, ETS, EST, the International Society for Technology and Education, Khan Academy, and the World Economic Forum. There are 44 state education agencies that are part of Teach AI. It's the world's largest, and certainly the US's largest, AI and education movement. Maryland is one of them. And there's an advisory committee of over 90+ organizations. And whenever you see a bunch of names on a slide like this, you think it's just a bunch of names on a slide. Actually, 85% of them are engaged in actual work groups, including a work group on an AI literacy framework that we're developing right now. And so these are groups like Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, Amazon, Meta, but it's also World Bank, UNICEF. It's also CCSSO, AASA, NASB, NSBA, a bunch of other letters. You understand all of our national education organizations. NCTM, NCTE, NSTA, etc. And they all care about this idea of teaching with and about AI. And so for you all, in terms of building your capacity to understand AI in education, just think of it in 2 buckets. Teaching with AI is using it as a tool for 3 things: teacher support, student learning, or school management and operations. All 3 of which are being discussed in the MSDE AI committee. Teaching about AI is treating it as a discipline, which includes understanding foundational concepts from computer science, data science, but also social studies, science, mathematics, statistics, psychology, etc. And when it comes to teaching with and about AI, we see a bunch of benefits and risks. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these. Each and every one of these have research behind them that's happening right now, that's happened in the past. The point is that there are both benefits and risks. They're, in fact, 2 sides of the same coin, 2 different sides of the same coin. For example, the fact that Gen AI can create content and differentiate content for busy teachers, it also has a flip side in that if you can create content, it can create misinformation, and it can create content in a dishonest way. If I can use AI to provide students with timely, effective feedback as a teacher, saving me time, because if you were a teacher, you remembered the hassle of grading, hundreds of documents easily a week. Well, the flip side is that if we're automating certain aspects of the assessment experience, we might be actually diminishing teacher agency and certainly accountability. What happens when a parent complains and we say, oh, AI was part of the decision for that grade? Like, how do you even explain that? There's 24/7 tutoring available right now on phones, and it's actually pretty good. I'll show you some videos in a sec. But with that, there are privacy issues, right? What are people putting into these tutors? Are the tutors guardrailed enough where if someone's typing in something inappropriate, it will report that to their teacher or parent? In fact, it will, at least in the case of the tool that I'm going to show you today. It's called Khanmigo. It's from Khan Academy. And there are a bunch of other things as well. I'll actually talk about the thing that I care about the most as a teacher. I'm worried that without the lack of guidance, there will be overzealous teachers who use it in inappropriate ways with students, and students lose critical thinking skills and over-rely on these tools. Now, that doesn't mean that we should just ban it or it shouldn't be used at all. It just means that we should guide the use of it, just like we guide the use of the internet. And then as for MSDE, I'm sure you care a lot about operational and administrative efficiencies, going through all the unstructured data that there is. But with that, there's the opportunity to perpetuate societal biases in the name of efficiency. And so this is actually what an AI tool looks like. This is Khanmigo. It's free, so I'm not selling this. I don't even work for Khan Academy. They're part of Teach AI, but it is the most popular tool right now, so I just wanted to show you what it looks like. And what happens with these tools is that there are a suite of tools, and this is a lesson planning tool. And you type some stuff in it, and you select some standards, and you paste some customizations. My kids love Taylor Swift, right? And I only have a 30-minute period. And so with that, voila, AI will generate, based off of a model of language that it understands, an entire lesson plan. And if you look at these lesson plans, as a teacher, you'll be like, wow, this is actually pretty good. Now, it doesn't mean that a teacher would just take this and execute it, but it would give them ideas and save them time when they don't have it. And lesson planning, again, is something that the MSDE AI committee has been looking at. Let's look at another example. Data. So reams and reams and reams of data that just are sitting there and not used to improve education. Well, imagine an assistant on that right side that you could ask, what should my class work on next? And so this is obviously Khan Academy, and so if kids are in this system already, the AI can see where they're at to the kid and summarize what's happening with the kids and what they might need to learn more about. So, you know, Elliot and Madison need to learn about powers of 10 a little bit more, and this other kid needs to learn about something else. And now the AI assistant is being asked to group my students by their recommendations. Very useful stuff. Does a teacher need to just follow this? No. And they need to be taught how to use this appropriately and where hallucinations can come into play. So hallucination is caused by many things, but basically it's inaccurate information that sounds very plausible. And why does it sound plausible? Because these large language models, again, a model of language that a computer understands, they're designed for plausibility. Like that's literally their purpose, to make it sound like normal language. And so when it's wrong, it sounds wrong in a very plausible way. And so people need to get a lot better at evaluating what they read. In fact, we should have been doing that for the last 10 years anyway. But now we have even more reason to. And then lesson planning. Sorry, I already showed you that, but imagine that you're already in your curriculum already, and you can actually ask it to adapt a lesson plan that's already available. And so this is an example of a lesson plan that's being remixed off of an existing lesson plan in Khan Academy. And it's just clicks and clicks away to provide definitions, to fill in other things. In fact, you know, at minimum, AI is going to kill the whole idea of teachers submitting lesson plans to some supervisor, because you can just do it with AI these days. And so what do we need to consider as a State Department of Education? Well, a bunch of Teach AI partners got together. The alphabet soup that I mentioned earlier on, like NEA, Education Commission of the States, Excel and Ed, as well as other partners outside of the typical education ecosystem. And they created these foundational policy ideas. You have a brief on them in front of you. 3 of them are all about just what AI is. 2 of them are about policies, and these are the 5 policies. I'll go over them quickly, and I'll actually do them on the next slides. Starting with fostering leadership, that's creating an AI in education task force. That's why I recommended that idea. All of these states have proposed education task force bills. Lots more states just decided to do them, and they didn't need the legislature to tell them to do that. Promoting AI literacy, I told you about California already, that just got passed, but these are other states that have been considering it, and you might be familiar with Senator Katie Fry Hester's bills on AI in education, that some of which, 2 of which did not make it out of committee, 1 of which did, that kinda has something to do with AI in education. But the idea is to promote AI literacy by introducing it in existing curriculum instruction. This is not about creating an AI literacy period, folks. This is about integrating it into existing instruction where relevant. And when it comes to AI literacy, it's very simple. It's how to use AI and how AI works. And Maryland is a leader in computer science education, and CS continues to be foundational even in an age of AI. So the next policy recommendation is to build capacity by providing funding and programs to support PD, and there are a number of states that are doing that right now. And one thing you need to recognize is that most teachers have not received any PD about AI, and that's a problem. That means that a 10th grade English teacher in the same school as another 10th grade English teacher, one might be banning it, one might be totally leaning into it, and there are inequities that will be created because of that. And then lastly, supporting innovation is all about pilots. Indiana put $4 million to AI pilots over this last year. New Jersey just allocated $2 million for AI pilots. And lastly, providing guidance is something that Maryland's, well, that Maryland was about legislation, but you all are already doing it, which is wonderful. And there's certainly a need for guidance. So I'm going to end off with this. In August 2023, there were 0 states with AI guidance. This slide is actually wrong. It's actually 23 as of Monday. So there are 23 states with AI guidance. Louisiana just published theirs. So I hope that Maryland can join this and provide guidance to the locals so that they can in turn execute these principles for AI in education and ensure safe, responsible uses of AI in education in schools and really prepare our students. Parents want it. Students want the guidance. They don't want to get in trouble. Teachers want the air cover. And frankly, folks, this either happens to us. I'd rather have it happen because of us, meaning we shape it, we decide how it's used in education. So the key takeaway is let's create that foundation with those policies. Those are the recommendations again, and I think we have some time for some questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Questions or follow-up comments? Mr. Greer?
Just as we hear this, thank you, Mr. Young-Pratt, for coming and joining us, and also for being a substitute. Not easy work. I think the work of this board is to, and the work of the committee, Mr. Rushing, is to support the development of something that is going to create some safety nets and some guardrails around the use of this tool, around the use of this, all of AI, so that we can use it in a way that will promote students' ability to be able to leverage that information and be thought leaders. It's not going away. Talk to us a little bit about, I think it's moving so fast, August to August, you just showed us, and even in 3 days, your slide is stale. Procurement barriers. So are procurement systems set up for figuring out how to bring on these new tools as they emerge? Are we nimble enough? Are states nimble enough? Are districts nimble enough to be able to know that what they're getting is the right thing, and that something new that comes on board, or if something is discovered that is an issue, can we get out of that contract, right? So there's all kinds of questions that I would have that feel very big picture, and I would want to address and understand more about in terms of procurement.
Yeah, I could talk about a myriad of issues, including procurement. Procurement is the #1 biggest bang for the buck in terms of influencing AI in education right now, because there's mom and pop AI education outfits being created all the time, trying to capitalize on the AI buzz. It's super easy to create AI tools these days. In fact, if we had another 20 minutes, we could just pop open our laptops and I'd show you how to create your own chatbot. It's actually quite easy because you build on existing tools. And so that's what these folks are doing, and they're doing it without regard for current policies, compliance with FERPA, COPPA, et cetera. And so providing that procurement guidance, again, is the biggest bang for the buck in terms of influencing what's happening in our classrooms and making sure that we are securing student information. There are groups like COSIN, the Consortium of School Networking, which created a 93-question checklist to provide reflection questions for procurement. There's also a group called SETDA, S-E-T-D-A, State Education Technology Directors Association, who's also working on procurement guidelines as well. EST, the International Society for Technology and Education, is as well. Is there anything else I want to say about procurement? Yes. The worst thing a district can do right now is bet the farm on an outfit, a company that hasn't shown evidence of impact. Now, I could have said that 10 years ago as well. So what I'm saying is that it's the same EdTech issues now just ramped up more because of AI. Same issues, but the consequences are higher. So if a district didn't figure out their procurement game before, they really, really need to now. And the best guidance a state could probably give is high-level guidance, but encouragement and incentive to really make sure that they're doing what they need to do procurement-wise.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Paul?
So imagine it's 2005, Wikipedia is relatively new. My English teacher is telling me...
You and I were in high school, yes.
a beardless child I was back then. My high school English teacher is telling me, don't use Wikipedia, it's unreliable. Okay, so obviously dinosaur. Actually, my English teachers were lovely, that's a fake example. But that was happening, right? And then, it's like the sort of guidance on Wikipedia evolves. Okay, well, maybe, Wikipedia can be particularly useful in that it points you to the primary sources that you can then go to. Okay, that's another use for this new technology. Okay, so now fast forward, to today. I'm imagining concretely, okay, well, if I could just ask ChatGPT whatever, and it's going to give me an answer, and if I just accept that as the answer, who knows, right? Or at worst, I'm becoming dumb. On the other hand, maybe I could use this thing, ask it to generate some conflicting viewpoints, some potential disagreements or views of a problem, and then I exercise the sort of critical thinking skills to compare and contrast, analyze, etc. Even that, there's questions about that. I mean, part of the analytic process is coming up with the opposing viewpoints. Okay, so what are some other examples of concretely like this technology being used fruitfully in classrooms right now? Like give us a best case scenario of what it could look like in a way that is pro-social and good for young people and not just give me the answer to this, worksheet set of questions that I have.
Yeah, you actually allude to one of them. So lots of social studies teachers are using them for debate simulations with people that are not in the room or people who have died a long time ago. And so kids can debate a policy with George Washington. I just came up with someone, right? Now, then what happens, so the next step, because the kid has already learned about George Washington's policies and can now assess whether the chatbot did a good job of reflecting George Washington's policies as well. So it's the opportunity to engage in that fun way as well as evaluate what the AI created. The problem with AI is when we skip the learning before portion and substitute the AI for that learning before portion. We figured it out with calculators. Like kids still know how to do basic math. They've just accelerated on to like algebra in 8th grade and 7th grade now, which is wonderful. AI will do the same thing if we use it properly. It will accelerate kids to turn from people who are just like a great writer, not just a great writer by the time they leave 12th grade in Maryland, but a great editor as well, and a great evaluator, a great persuader, a great speaker too, because it's not just about getting it on paper and turning it in anymore. It's about evaluating it. So anything that involves evaluation, like you said, Samir, that's exactly those are some of the key use cases right now. I mean, this is still very new. It's less than 2 years since ChatGPT got released. Education's slow. People are still figuring things out, but that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. Ms. Chang, and then Ms. McCusker.
Yes, I do have one quick question. I know it can be applied to different area, but in different subjects, is there any specific guideline, like world language, Yeah, we want to encourage students to be able to come up with some choices of words in different languages, but would it be kind of set up some boundary too?
Yeah, we already use AI for translation. AI is being used in Duolingo to teach kids language as well. In terms of boundaries when it comes specifically to world language, I mean, we the boundary is that we have to remember that learning languages is not just about the syntax of a language, it's about the culture that comes with it as well. And we can't, like, just using a translation app does not also relay the culture that you need to learn about and the context you need to learn about. So that's a boundary, that's a guardrail that language teachers are looking at when it comes to AI for languages. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. McCusker.
When you brought up the thing on Conmigo where they typed in a lesson plan, I'm a teacher, a K-5 music teacher, and typed in a lesson plan, and then they could type in differentiation and all of that. I would imagine that, and again, I'm imagining, but I would imagine that when it brings up things for your lesson, when it brings up methodology, if it brings up different ways to differentiate instruction, how would I as a teacher know that those are recognized and high quality suggestions for my pedagogy, or it's just pulling it from random sources that it found, and maybe it's not the best? So are there coursework for teachers to learn how to look at that before they try to use it, to evaluate before they use it in the classroom?
I'll answer it in two ways. So there's what the teacher does and what the app creator does. It's a shared responsibility. The teacher obviously needs to be an expert of pedagogy per their subject matter, and should be able to evaluate the efficacy of anything put before them, whether it's a book or it's an AI. There are technical things that developers are doing to make sure that the data that it's pulling from is not all of the data on the internet from random people, but from evaluated sources of knowledge per the particular thing that the tool is trying to do, in this case, lesson planning or differentiation or pedagogy. And so it's a way of fine-tuning these AIs so that it achieves its purpose more accurately and without the hallucinations that Mr. Paul was talking about. Yeah.
Thank you. Additional questions? Yep, Mr. Godin.
So, kind of mentioning when you talked about like the example with the calculator before, kind of how students, like, nowadays, they're allowed to use them now that they're going on to advanced subjects. They use like the functions of the basic calculator. How exactly can we make sure that, like, students like use AI in moderation from, like, if they're using it from like an earlier age, how we can moderate like the amount that they use it and to what extent, just because a high schooler is going to probably do different things with an AI model than maybe like an elementary schooler would, just because, like with the learning process, they're going to need to pick up some things from that like elementary school area that, maybe they can speed up in high school. For example, things like an essay outline, coming up with these topics, like, generating these ideas might be important from an earlier age, but when it comes to like high school or beyond, like, it's much faster to just create like an outline and then, make your own essay and, writing prompts after that. So kind of how can we, like, teachers, I guess, and students kind of make sure that, these like things with the AI are taught in moderation and build upon each other as they grow older?
Yeah. To make sure that everyone understands the calculator analogy. So everyone knows what a calculator does, and it really disrupted things for math educators in the 70s. And people thought that kids wouldn't learn math anymore, and if they didn't have a calculator, they couldn't do anything. Well, the thing is that math back in the day was very calculation-based, meaning if you could do it fast and you could do long division by hand and all that, you were great at math. And what the calculator did was, and math teachers were able to use this properly, they taught kids math the normal way, and then they introduced the calculator to speed up the process of learning more advanced math. And that's why you have algebra at 7th and 8th grade now compared to high school, 20, 30 years ago. And kids, learning calculus too by the time they end high school. And so in the same way AI can do that, how do you moderate? You always remember the fundamentals. But it calls into question, what are those fundamentals right now, actually? So the fundamentals might actually be different. When it comes to computer science, I was a computer science teacher. kids need to learn how to evaluate code and read code much more than they actually need to write code now. That's an example. In the same way, in an English class, it might be more important now to read and evaluate other people's writing than just to get your own ideas on paper. And in terms of moderation, ultimately it's going to come down to the guidance that MSDE is creating and that trickling down to the districts and them creating their own versions of guidance for their own schools, PD for teachers, and investments in pilots that will help Maryland districts understand the pros and cons and what not to do. There will be mistakes made. It's better if it's done in a pilot situation than a overzealous district or statewide kind of deployment.
Thank you. Let's see, any additional questions? All right, well, Mr. Young Product, we really appreciate you coming to join us, and we've got a lot of work ahead, colleagues, and we need to be deliberate, but it looks like we've got some work to do in partnership with the department, and so really appreciate your charge, and we've written down the recommendations, and hope this is not goodbye, but we'll hope to see you again and continue collaboration, so
Always
thank you.
around. Thank you.
All right.
And sorry, one practical. If you haven't used an AI chatbot, I would suggest you, number one, use one, pick something relevant to your life, anything, could be career related or personal, and use it and pretend that it's not an actual person, but pretend it's an intern and really like use it. It's not a search engine where you just ask it one thing and stuff pops out. You'll get poor results that way, but really ask it like successive things and you're gonna see the magic of it. And if you wanna buy one of those like advanced subscriptions, you get voice activated AI where you can just talk to it. It's the most science fiction thing you can do these days. It's quite amazing. All right, thank you.
Mr. Greer?
Just on our work, thank you, Mr. Young Product. On our work, when can we expect a next pass or other policy updates from the committee?
I need to talk to the committee in order to give you an answer to that, but we're happy have an update for you next month.
Great, thanks. All right, we are going to move things up a little bit so that we stay on time for our public hearing. We're going to move to our 3 o'clock item. We'll come back to our state superintendent's update. So we're going to move to our 2025 State Board Legislative Platform. I'd like to welcome Mr. Hands and Mr. Reese to join us. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Hands, who can take it from here.
Sure, thank you. I'll just give them a second to bring up the
Actually,
others.
oh, no, sorry. While you're getting ready, I do want to, this has been a part of our ed policy work. I want to turn it over to Ms. McCusker, who will talk a little bit about the process, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Hands.
Thank you. So the State Board's legislative platform, this is the second year that we have developed a legislative platform. Last year was the first time that we kind of waded into these waters to try to fulfill our statutory role of advising the governor and the legislature on education policy and law. So you will notice when you see the platform today that it is a little bit different than last year's. Last year's had a lot of introductory language. This year we don't have quite so much introductory language. The development of the platform, we have a small legislative work group that works on the platform in conjunction with members of the department, and we meet. It's kind of on an irregular every couple of weeks we meet and try to develop, based on recommendations from the department, what we think the important pieces of legislation we need to see moving forward or important pieces of policy, and then we bring it to you and to tweak and fix or add to whatever it is, the will of the board, of course. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Reese and Mr. Hands. And
Thank
to it.
you, Ms. McCusker, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goltz, and members of the board, and Dr. Wright. We're pleased to bring before you today a draft of the 2025 legislative platform for your review and consideration of approval. I'm going to briefly walk through the background and development of the platform. Ms. McCusker covered some of that, but I'll go into a little bit more, and then Alex is going to talk about the core principles in the document. As you may recall, the State Board adopted a legislative platform last year that outlined a series of principles that were designed to guide the State Board and MSDE as we entered the legislative session. This worked effectively and allowed the State Board and the department to work nimbly and dynamically throughout the session to advise the full board on strategy and positions around the introduction of legislation, and to advocate for positions that aligned with each of the principles. The document before you today, as Ms. McCusker mentioned, is a bit more streamlined from what we put forward last year. I will also note that the department may bring recommendations to the board on prospective legislation at a later date, and today's document outlines solely the guiding principles that will help you all take positions in January. Over the course of the interim period since the legislative session concluded in April, a legislative subgroup of MSDE and State Board staff, as well as the State Superintendent and a few board members, have worked to lay the foundation for next year's legislative session. Alex will momentarily walk you through the 8 principles that we're proposing this year as the platform for advocacy at the commencement of session. You will notice this year that we removed some of the more specific policy statements and are leaning more into 8 core principles, so as to give the board and MSDE the necessary flexibility to adapt during the very ever-changing legislative session. So I'll turn it over to Alex to walk through each of the principles.
Well, thank you, Zach, and good afternoon. I wish I had a great football analogy like Mr. Crawford to make about our legislative platform, but I'm not as smooth as Mr. Crawford, so I'm just going to jump right in. See, you should have helped me write the remarks, Mr. Crawford. So the purpose of this platform is to name what we want to be true at the conclusion of the 2025 legislative session. As Ms. McCusker mentioned, this is the work of the legislative subgroup, so big thanks to them. What our legislative group endeavored to do here is to identify broad goals for the upcoming session. As Zach said, it's intentional that we're not naming specific bills that we want to see passed. That work is also in process and will be important down the line. This legislative platform seeks to identify the broader overarching principles that we're striving for. So first is increase academic achievement. This state board has put a clear stake in the ground on academics, so we felt it's only fitting to lead with this principle. We want to advocate for policies that will allow us to make swift improvements in literacy and mathematics. Now, more than ever, as we've seen a decade-long period of decline in student outcomes exacerbated by pandemic learning loss, we want to center student learning in policymaking so that we can accelerate our growth and restore Maryland as an education destination. This will mean a sustained commitment to policies that emphasize evidence and research-based strategies. During the legislative session, we will consistently ask ourselves if the bill in front of us is or is not rooted in what we know works to boost academic achievement. And as Dr. Wright has said many times, to see our students demonstrate college and career readiness in high school, we have to enact policies that will span the full educational spectrum from pre-K to 12th grade. Second is bolster investments in public education. The State Board and the department embrace the urgency necessary to capitalize on historic investments in public education. Blueprint has allowed us to do a number of things. One is to open 30 new Judy centers for our youngest learners, increase teacher salaries by 10%, increase the number of students duly enrolled by 23%, and quadruple the number of students in state apprenticeship programs. When Jeff, Kelly, and I attended the U.S. Department of Education convening in June and presented the opportunities that the Blueprint affords us, we were the talk of the town. Officials from other states couldn't believe some of the things that we've been able to achieve with the support of our General Assembly and our governor. To deliver on the promises of the blueprint, we will advocate during the legislative session for bills that both honor the intent of the law while remaining responsive to the needs of our ever-evolving education landscape. Legislative history tells us that consequential laws like the blueprint are always refined over time. As Governor Moore recently reminded us, the law that created Social Security has been amended over 12 times, and the Maryland Constitution has been amended over 200 times. They've been amended because adjusting the law when needed is how we make sure our policies keep pace with the realities on the ground. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make Maryland a leader in public education, and the investments that we make matter. Next is preserving a politically independent state education governance structure. I'll be brief on this. We believe that the power and importance of building a world-class education system transcends politics. We want to support policies that enable our state board to remain a strong and independent education governance structure, and we want to stay accountable to the students and families that we serve. We'll lead with transparency, efficiency, and accessibility as our core values. Next is build a workforce at MSDE. Under the leadership of this board and Dr. Wright, the department has tremendous potential, no doubt. But in order to fully realize that potential, we need a full team. In 2009, under Dr. Nancy Grasmick's administration, MSD headquarters, non-DOOR staff, was a team of 916. Today, we are trying to do the same work with a team of 701. That's 215 fewer positions, a 23% decrease to lead our work. As Dr. Wright has learned more about the department, the need to grow our MSDE staff has become clearer and clearer. In order to deliver results for our 24 LEAs, 1,400 schools, and 890,000 students, we simply need more bandwidth. And so this session, we plan to advocate for critical strategic expansions to the size of our MSDE team. Next is reduce the creation of unfunded legislative mandates. Each session, we see the proposal of bills that come with unfunded mandates. While many of these bills are rooted in ideas that we actually support, we cannot put the department or local school systems in the position of taking on new initiatives or leading new work without the necessary resources. So before and throughout the session, our legislative team will consistently review bills and assess their fiscal impact by considering what positions and other resources would be needed to implement. In the spirit of efficiency, we're also in the process of identifying outdated mandates and reporting requirements, parts of the law that are drawing our staff's time and attention away from our priorities. Paying close attention to this will allow us to clear the path for the focus of our core work. We also recommend resisting curricular mandates. As the State Department of Education, we are deeply committed to providing subject matter expertise. Through policy and regulations, we define standards and required curricular content to ensure all students receive instruction in essential subjects. The department is entrusted with the responsibility of collaborating with educators and national experts to develop standards and curricular frameworks. Our team's job is to bring expertise in various disciplines and coherence to the academic program for all students. We have to hold a bigger picture in mind. We know that our elected officials, in representing their constituents, will have ideas about the content of what should be taught in schools. We invite lawmakers to share those ideas about curricula with our state board and the department. This year, as an example, we worked closely with lawmakers to launch the Educate to Stop the Hate Committee, and we're working to implement curricular resources that actively challenge racism and hate. More recently, we've heard an interest from lawmakers in the importance of financial literacy. And in the coming year, we plan to engage in the work of building this into our frameworks. We encourage the state board to resist curricular mandates from the General Assembly and instead support maintaining the longstanding process of the department developing and establishing standards and frameworks for curriculum implementation by our school systems. Central to our work next will be leading with an equity focus. The state board remains committed to the urgent need for driving equitable outcomes for our students and closing entrenched achievement and opportunity gaps. This morning, we heard sobering data points from Dr. Burke and crystal clear examples of inequities from Mr. Weaver. We have a lot of work to do here to ensure that truly all students have access to a high-quality education, including students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and students from historically underserved communities. This means that we must disaggregate data by student subgroups and make strong plans for what we're going to do about what our data show. It means that we need to rebuild our accountability system to more accurately capture the progress and needs of all students in all school systems. And it means we need to maintain our focus on providing every student with the skills, resources, and opportunities necessary to reach his or her potential. Last, but certainly not least, is prioritizing fiscal accountability. Even in the best of budget times, we are charged with making hard choices on how to balance the budget. This discipline is a part of responsible governing, and it will be particularly important in the upcoming legislative session. We all know that there are some fiscal challenges ahead. Last month, our governor made mid-year budget adjustments to reduce spending by $150 million. Our legislative group recommends that the board balance bold priorities with responsible budgeting. We believe that we can meet this challenge of making some targeted spending cuts without cutting critical priorities and while simultaneously making key investments in high leverage programs. Very soon, all Maryland state agencies will be required to cite evidence when proposing new budget investments. So as bills move through the legislative process, we will consider what research shows when making decisions about state dollars. So in closing, we want to again thank you, thank our legislative subgroup who collaborated to create this platform. We know that by staying anchored in these 8 principles, we're going to have a successful legislative session.
Great, thank you, Mr. Reese and Mr. Hands. Again, this legislative platform is not, it's not a strategic implementation plan. The key here is these are the principles that will be used as we review bills in the upcoming legislative session. As we bring them to you and to our body, recommendation from Dr. Wright, and then we approve those official positions. This is, again, that first step. At this point, we are going to need to approve this, but I want to open it up to any questions or comments that board members have. Mr. Paul.
I want to commend both the staff and Ms. McCusker for their work on the committee, on the subgroup, all the hard work that went into this. Well, I mean, well done. It's been awesome.
All right. Then if there are no further questions or comments, I'd welcome a motion for the State Board to consider adoption of the 2025 legislative platform as presented. Looks like we have a motion from Ms. McCusker, a second from Dr. Goldson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we're approved. Thank you very much. All right, we have a public hearing at 3:30. We're going to use this as a break opportunity, and we're going to come back as a group. I'm going to say 3:27 so that we can start our hearing promptly at 3:30. All right? Great. back. We are going to move to the public hearing portion of our meeting. It's the first time we've had public hearing in a meeting, at least in recent memory. So excited to be building this component in, given how fundamental the literacy policy is to our work statewide. The State Board truly looks forward to hearing from members of the public on this proposed literacy policy. We have invited members of the public to testify today. We have 20 slots available on this public hearing, 3 minutes each, and we have filled all 20. And we will continue to welcome public input, both emailing the State Board. Email can be provided, and I understand we're going to, Dr. Wright earlier, that we're going to open it back up for. We'll have a public comment form online with the latest draft. I will be calling on speakers to provide testimony in person first, and then come to those joining us virtually. State Board members will not directly respond to testimony during this public hearing, but will take comments provided by members of the public under advisement as we deliberate further on the matter of the proposed literacy policy. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. Mr. Hands will be helping us out with that, and the use of the timer. I believe we'll have that on the screen again. When time expires, please complete that brief thought, no more than a sentence, and conclude remarks. Testimony should be provided only on the subject of the proposed literacy policy during our remarks today. Great. All right, so with that, we're going to move to our in-person speakers. First, I'd like to welcome Ms. Michelle Corkadell, President of MABE, Maryland Association of Boards of Education, and President, correct, of the Anne Arundel County School Board? Oh, no, past President. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members. My name is Michelle Corkadell, the current president of MABE. We want to express our appreciation for the efforts put into the ongoing process of developing this literacy policy. The revised policy presents numerous positive steps towards enhancing literacy, emphasizing evidence-based instruction, data-based decision-making, and job-embedded coaching for K-3 reading teachers. We are also sincerely appreciative that the revised policy reflects the fact that you are carefully listening to stakeholders. However, we do have continued concerns, and we offer the following brief comments. While we appreciate the addition of the language which will allow parents to opt out from a school system retention decision, we continue to stress the research that consistently indicates negative consequences for students who repeat an elementary grade, and our concern about parents who fail to engage with the notification process or for whatever reason do not completely understand the potential long-term consequences of retention and therefore are unable to make an informed decision for their student. As a reminder, grade retention disproportionately affects Black, Latino, and Native students and English language learners. Studies report that repeating a grade often negatively impacts students' academic self-concept, self-confidence, pleasure in learning, academic motivation, school well-being, behavior, and interpersonal relationships. Moreover, students retained in elementary grades are more likely to be suspended in subsequent years, facing bullying and exhibit bullying behavior. Being retained nearly doubles a student's likelihood of dropping out, with failing twice almost guaranteeing it. A primary role of all local school system board members is approval of their annual operating budget, and therefore we must consider the significant budgetary impact of this policy. The development of our fiscal year 2025 budgets was one of the most difficult in recent years for every district. The combined costs of professional development, extended school programs, and logistical adjustments for increased retention associated with implementing this policy will strain already limited school budgets. For many school systems, the current budgets do not have flexibility to absorb these new expenses without cutting other vital programs. Without additional funding, many school systems may find it difficult to sustain the level of support and training required by this policy, potentially compromising its effectiveness and the overall quality of education. We therefore implore you to provide clear details on the funding sources to support the initiatives that will not force local school systems to reduce or eliminate other programs. Thank you.
All right, we now welcome Mr. Rick Tamno. Mr. Tamno. All right. We will move on to Mr. Ken Patterson. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Hi there.
I was going to say I used to be a principal, but it's probably bad to say. Can't work a microphone. Sorry about that. But yeah, Kim Patterson. So I can't find my notes, but I am. I just wanted to share with you. I'm the former principal in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, Seven Oaks Elementary School. I wanted to share about the retention policy. Also, current founder of Ednovate. So Ednovate is it's an AI integrated administrative kind of thing, and so. What I wanted to just share is that we did a lot of research. I did, and I looked into it. So I know you guys are going to have a lot of feedback regarding the cost per child and things like that. What I wanted to just offer to you all is that instead of retention, what we did, so my very first year at Seven Oaks Elementary School in Anne Arundel County was the introduction of the AI. And so it was first year principal. I had 18. I got hired on July the 18th, which was 3 days after you could hire or steal teachers from other schools. I'm kidding. But I got hired July 18th. We had 18 vacancies, 4 weeks before school started. And I hired teachers from my Facebook, actually. So we had 18 people that could not teach or do anything. And we used a lot of resources and supplies to move out of the way of the teachers, get the data analysis and all that stuff out of the way. You can look up the stats, but the next year the Maryland State Report Card came out, and Seven Oaks Elementary School in Anne Arundel County got the second highest growth in the district out of 124 schools, with a first year principal and 18 people who did not know that if your lunch period started at 11, you should walk your kids to class a little bit earlier than that. These people got the second highest growth in Anne Arundel County public schools and the 59th out of 1,400 some schools in Maryland. What I'm offering, and I want us to kind of just think about it, is there's a lot of cost to retention. There's a lot of things regarding that. But we have the opportunity nowadays. We have an opportunity in this context, in this juncture, to do things special so that these kids can learn. Now, Baltimore City, I'm working with Delegate Young to try to do some things with Baltimore City schools, particularly because I'll send you guys the research. There's a lot of research. It's about a 30-some page document that I prepared for you guys, but I'll make sure you get that. But we did a lot of research on what we can do with kids. And so what this does is it moves things out of the way. Our kids need their teachers with them. Our kids need hand-to-hand touch. Our kids need relationships. Our kids need, and our teachers need the space to be wiped out between them and the students. And when we did that at Seven Oaks, it was the formula for immaculate success. And we're starting to do some of that in some other states. And so I wanted to just pose to everybody here. I want you to think about it. I'll send you some stuff. But it's not about all the stuff you're going to hear. I know you're going to hear a lot of these things, but I want you to hopefully think about some of the things we can do with some of these new technologies to make it easier for teachers to be with students, which is going to help them accelerate. We did it with 18. 2 of them used to work at Panera prior to hiring them. So
Great.
If we did it with that team, I knew we can do it with experienced staff.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you.
We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Riya Gupta. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President Michael. I'm turning
Yeah, there we go. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent Wright, and members of the board. My name is Ria Gupta, and I am the incoming interim executive director of Strong Schools Maryland. Thank you for providing the extended public comment and engagement period for the draft literacy policy. We appreciate the board's commitment to improving literacy outcomes for all students in Maryland. However, we would like to suggest revisions to the proposed literacy policy, particularly in the areas of retention, family engagement, and implementation and funding mechanisms. On the note of limitations on promotion, otherwise known as retention, where assessments are the determining factor for this policy, we know retention disproportionately impacts marginalized students such as those from low-income backgrounds, students of color, and multilingual learners, potentially exacerbating existing educational inequities. Instead of focusing on retention, we urge the board to prioritize robust early interventions and ongoing support through the blueprint that address the root causes of literacy challenges. In terms of family engagement, while the policy mentions involving families in the creation of SRIPs and waiver opportunities, it lacks a detailed policy framework for ensuring meaningful and effective family engagement. Family engagement requires more than informing or involving them in meetings. It involves proactively equipping them with community resources like public libraries, knowledge, and support they need to actively participate in their child's literacy development, a lot of which was actually mentioned by board members today. The policy should include specific strategies for engaging families, especially those from diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds, to ensure that all parents can play a meaningful role in their child's education and literacy development. We know that both school and home are crucial to literacy. The policy needs to reflect true family engagement. And finally, the successful implementation of this policy hinges on adequate funding. On funding and resources, which are not sufficiently addressed in the current draft. The policy mandates extensive professional development, the introduction of new assessment tools, and the implementation of the K-5 MTSS model, and more. However, we must emphasize that policies like these must have transparent funding mechanisms, and it is crucial that the funding for these initiatives does not come at the expense of the blueprint funds that do not explicitly match up and are allocated for critical educational needs that are meant to support literacy rates. Education costs are rising, as is educational needs, and one thing is clear, we need more revenue to support our students. We strongly urge the board to revise the policy to address these concerns, ensuring that it supports all students in achieving literacy success. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Next up, we have Liz Zogby.
Is it already on? Yes. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, members of the board, Dr. Wright, Dr. Collins. I'm Liz Zogby, co-chair of the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition. Thanks for this opportunity to provide input, your commitment to the goal that all Maryland children learn to read, and a comprehensive approach with statewide standards to advance this goal. I'm pleased that the department intends to provide guidance with baseline standards for instructional minutes and sample schedules, and hope that the MTSS guidance document mentioned this morning will include specific standards for frequency and duration of interventions and teacher-student ratios in tiers 2 and 3. MTSS implementation is so critical so that all students, including students with disabilities, receive the right support at the right time with the right intensity to make progress and achieve grade level expectations. My main concern is the presumptions underlying the retention exemptions, our expectations for students with disabilities, and who we think benefits from intervention. There's no reason to assume that all students would not potentially benefit from an extra year of intensive support. At the very least, it's harmful to assume we can identify a category of students in advance who won't benefit, including students who've been determined eligible to take the alternate assessment, the first good cause exemption. A few points. First, exempting these students as a class assumes they've been appropriately identified as eligible for the alternate. Yet we know this isn't the case. For many years, Maryland has exceeded the federally mandated cap of 1%. So some students covered by this exemption have been inappropriately placed on the alternate assessment. Second, an exemption assumes that as a group, these students won't benefit from an extra year of intensive reading instruction, perhaps because we think they won't become proficient readers regardless of time or instruction. Yet a recent report on the characteristics of these students shows significant growth in reading level over time. A blanket exemption will prevent some from reaching their potential. Finally, it creates an incentive for determining alt assessment eligibility at a young age and would stymie efforts to reduce participation in the alt. This fear is well-founded. Other states with similarly structured retention exemption policies are well over the 1% cap, with increasing rather than decreasing rates. I would urge one uniform retention exemption, allowing individual decision-making for any previously retained student who's received 2 years of intensive reading instruction as defined by a state standard. So all kids get the benefit of intensive reading interventions and an extra year, regardless of disability. Last point, if parents must agree to an LEA-offered support outside of the school day to waive retention, then the LEA must ensure access to that programming by including the supports and services that students with disabilities may require, like transportation.
Thank you for
I
your
appreciate
comments.
the opportunity. Thanks.
All right. Next, we have DJ Bulger. Dr. Bulger.
Thank you. Well, welcome. Thank you, everyone, for hearing our comments. So I'm DJ Bulger. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland. I'm also the director of the Maryland Initiative for Literacy and Equity, which is a fairly new initiative and institute between the University of Maryland and Morgan State University. So we've been working hard, bringing together faculty and outside members from disciplines, including myself, a cognitive neuroscientist, educators, librarians, speech and language pathologists, as well as linguists, second language acquisition specialists. So we have a very interdisciplinary approach to addressing literacy. Our goals are to translate research to practice and to bring that practice and bring our communities into the research questions. Oftentimes the questions that we ask that have been researched are coming from the top down and not being generated from the communities that we serve. So we are an evidence-based best practices, if you will, technical assistance center, or seeking to be a technical assistance center and a research center. One of the things that we also do is we have a strong policy coalition. And we've brought together lots of members of our outside community, including Strong Schools, Casa de Maryland, Decoding Dyslexia, the Reading League, amongst others, and many other members of our community, to draft and to think about what is ideal literacy policy. Now, our policy work has also drawn heavily on the work of Dr. Burke, who you heard from this morning from Excel and Ed, as well as the Reading League and other states, over 40 states, who have all passed literacy bills in the past 5 years. So we've been putting together a coalition. I submitted draft our checklist, our policy checklist, as well as our blueprint implementation, how literacy legislation or literacy policy would align with blueprint. And imminently, we'll be releasing a white paper kind of showing how different states have addressed different aspects of those policies. As you know, Miles has also been conducting statewide literacy review on behalf of MSDE, and those rubrics have served as the benchmark for best evidence-based practices in our schools and school systems. Some of the things that I do want to just touch on in terms of what we see from this policy is this is a strong MTSS approach in this policy, which we applaud. And that having those high-quality instructional materials and providing those needed supplementary supports are critical. One of the things that we also applaud is the notion of addressing those longstanding barriers for our marginalized communities. So for our multilingual learners, instruction that harnesses other languages, and for our those with disabilities, addressing their specific needs.
Thank you, Mr. Bulger.
Thank you.
Yep. Dr. Bulger, excuse me. All right. Next up, we have our virtual members, so we're going to switch over. Next, we have Mr. Paul Lemley.
Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Dr. Wright, members of the board. My name is Paul Lemley, and I'm a social studies teacher and president of the Maryland State Education Association. I'm testifying on behalf of MSEA's 75,000 educators. My master's degree focus area was implementing phonics-based reading interventions for incarcerated students, and I completed the same coursework as a reading specialist. Literacy has always been a high priority for me. Other than school being a safe place to learn, I can think of nothing that is more important than early success in reading. To this end, I'll make 3 recommendations for this board that are rooted in equity and center on the needs of families, students, and educators. First, on the implementation timeline. Many of the early childhood initiatives in the Blueprint will address literacy needs in Maryland. We hope this board will connect what the Blueprint offers and what this policy aims to achieve. Therefore, MSTA recommends implementation of this policy, if adopted, in the 28-29 school year. This would allow the benefit of increased staffing and pre-K enrollment, collaborative planning time to support at-promise students, coaching and training of educators on best practices to support the new reading interventions, and more. This timeline also allows for a full evaluation of the impact of the new curriculum, standards, and assessments on a cohort of K-3 students before imposing major consequences on families. It gives our students and educators the time and support to get this right. Second, workload. We need to ensure that the additional curriculum and training required is not redundant and does not overburden educators as they grapple with new licensure requirements, adjusted renewal timelines, balancing tutoring interventions within the workday, and the trainings required by the policy. We encourage local education agencies to work with their union partners to define this balance. MSCA welcomes the opportunity to collaborate in designing innovative approaches. Finally, equity. MSCA recommends reimagining the policy's over-reliance on retention as an intervention strategy. Research is clear that such policies often disproportionately punish students of color and English language learners. Reading interventions need to happen early and no later than first grade. We also have serious concerns about inequity in the waiver process. Affluent families are more likely to utilize this process, widening opportunity gaps and creating a dual system of access. Thank you for your time. I'm committed to working together to create a brighter and more equitable educational landscape for Maryland's kids.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. Next up, we have Sharon Seroff. Ms. Seroff, welcome.
Thank you. As an advocate, I have seen the magic grade for literacy, for discovering what's going on with a child as being the 3rd grade or the age of 8. My concern here is, why are we waiting? We need to start doing, and we need to start training teachers to have the mindset to do early intervention, to start not at the 3rd grade, but at the kindergarten and the 1st grade level, so that we catch these students before they are pushed through the grades until grade.
Ms. Seroff, you...
As a dyslexic person, I didn't learn to read until I was in 5th grade. Retention would not have helped me. We have to also understand that learning to read requires a suitcase full of things that we can implement to help the child out. Maryland has a history of one size fits all. We're doing science of reading. What if science of reading doesn't work? And yet, there are kids who don't learn that way. So we need to think of and look at and be willing to look at other ways to teach these children before the 3rd grade. Lastly, why are we putting so much emphasis on the retention? when we know that retention is harmful to a lot of students, including those of us who have disabilities. We need to think of a more comprehensive program than simply, well, if you don't learn to read at the 3rd grade, we're going to retain you. And, oh, if you have a special education need that's certain amounts of severity, we're going to exempt you from that policy. It hasn't been working for the past 20 years. It's not going to work now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saroff. Next, we have Leslie Margolis.
Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent Wright, and members of the State Board. My name is Leslie Margolis. I am a managing attorney at Disability Rights Maryland, where I also manage our policy work. DRM is the mandated protection and advocacy agency for Maryland, and we have responsibility by law to protect the legal rights of children and adults with disabilities. I'm going to focus my testimony on several issues of concern specifically for children with disabilities. The good cause exemption in the draft for retention of students whose participation in the statewide assessment program is not appropriate it fails to take into account the individual circumstances of students and also makes assumptions about them based on their disabilities and based on their assessment status. The exemption also fails to consider whether there are factors other than the child's disability that may be impacting their ability to make reading progress, such as lack of a certified teacher or a failure of a teacher to adapt curriculum to make it accessible to the student. Additionally, exempting students because they take the alternate assessment may perversely create an incentive to move more students to the alternate assessment, as Ms. Zogby noted. And then by also to evade the requirement that these students receive intensive reading instruction. So at a time when expectations for students are rising, expectations for students with disabilities should not be lowered. Finally, the wording of the exemption for these students assumes that their IEPs appropriately designate the kind of assessment they should take. This is a really flawed assumption. IEP teams find ways of pressuring parents to agree to the alternate assessment for their child, and we know that there's a robust and long history of Maryland school districts diverting significant numbers of students to the alternate assessment. And again, as Ms. Zogby noted, we have consistently exceeded the cap imposed by the U.S. Department of Education. Because students with disabilities attain skills at different rates, applying a blanket cutoff of an exemption after 2 years of reading instruction fails to consider the individual needs of students and also potentially implicates the requirements of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act to provide reasonable accommodation to students. On another tack, the draft policy does not address the issue of transportation for students who would be required, if their parents oppose retention, to participate in activities off of school hours. So for students who receive transportation as a related service, this has to be addressed by MSDE. And finally, for a variety of reasons, we oppose the idea of a contract with parents because the way the policy is written, there's no recognition of the factors that might prevent parents from participating in the training or reading activities. We look forward to further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Ms. Evelyn Chung.
Good afternoon, Maryland State Board of Education. My name is Evelyn Chung, and I'm testifying today as the Vice President of Education for the Montgomery County Council PTAs, which serves 196 PTAs in the largest school district in the state. The proposed literacy policy is a strong statement demonstrating the state's commitment to improving literacy through the science of reading and other research-based initiatives, but would be strengthened by addressing the following issues. First, although the policy addresses phonics, it also should incorporate the body of research that shows that reading comprehension and knowledge building, not just phonics, is essential to developing skilled readers. The ELA curriculum and professional learning should include a knowledge building component. Second, the policy should address how MSDE will apply science of reading principles to emergent multilingual learners and two-way immersion programs, including approved lists of instructional materials. Third, the policy should include more accountability and reporting to ensure that school districts actually adopt high-quality instructional materials and provide year-round professional learning on literacy to educators, administrators, and paraeducators. Professional learning data also should be posted on the Maryland report card, not just reported to the state, so that parents and guardians can see how their own school is progressing. Fourth, the policy should address literacy at the secondary level, not just elementary level, and include state-vetted and approved secondary instructional materials and professional learning. Fifth, the policy still provides school districts with too much discretion to select literacy assessments. We would like the state to survey what school districts already are doing to ensure that there's no duplicative assessments and to ensure that meaningful assessments are being used to inform instruction and to limit the impact of assessments on instructional time. The state also should create standardized score reports that clearly explain to parents and guardians what the scores mean and set deadlines for that distribution to parents and guardians. Sixth, and most importantly, the third grade retention policy should not be approved without public discussion, a robust impact analysis of the long-term academic, financial, and social-emotional impacts of such a policy, and a survey of existing research regarding retention policy. Such an analysis should include, at a minimum, the following. Research should address the research showing negative long-term impacts of retention policies on behavior, dropout rates, and academic outcomes. The potential academic, financial, and social-emotional impacts of third grade retention to schools and students, especially students receiving farms and Black or African American and Hispanic Latino students. A cost-benefit analysis comparing retention to other effective options such as high-dosage tutoring, reading specialists, early interventions. An explanation as to why retention should occur in third grade instead of K through 2, and how phonics-focused strategies alone will result in significantly more third graders reaching proficiency when the state assessment also tests reading comprehension, which again, the policy does not fully address. What happens to students retained for literacy who are performing on grade level in math and other subjects, and how schools will manage the abundance of discretionary good cause exceptions and waivers, which could create inconsistent implementation that favors resource-rich demographic groups. Thank you for consideration of these comments. We'll be providing the board and the superintendent with more detailed written statements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dr. Christopher Willihan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members. My name is Chris Willihan. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals. We provide service, support, and advocacy to over 650 school leaders across our great state. I'd like to thank you once again for your continued efforts in making Maryland schools stronger and better able to serve our students and families. As I noted last month, I'm here today with the hope of furthering our partnership in the great task of educating all students. The revised literacy policy reflects positive changes made by MSDE's willingness to listen to stakeholders. The goal of improving literacy outcomes and ensuring instructional equity should always be at the forefront of our efforts. We fully support that goal. We do, however, have continued concerns related to the viability and practicality of specific elements of the policy. Those concerns include mandatory retention, which you've heard a lot of already today. This element of the policy remains mostly changed since July, with the exception of offering parents a waiver to opt out. A mandatory retention policy creates unnecessary stress on children, parents, and schools. Increased testing burden. Mandatory literacy screening 3 times a year in grades K to 3 adds on to an already overloaded assessment agenda at the state and LEA level. Impact on instructional time. The proposed policy requires elementary schools to offer reading support in addition to core instruction. Where will that time come from in a schedule that is already packed with COMAR required instruction? Documentation challenges. The proposed timeline for identifying students and notifying parents creates a documentation nightmare for schools. Developing a student reading improvement plan for struggling readers will be time consuming because educators care. Elementary schools are already overwhelmed by school-based pre-referral process paperwork, special education documentation, English learner progress monitoring, and more. Supporting retained students. Per the policy, when schools retain a student, they are required to put a plan in place that amounts to do more of the same and do it more often. This approach is unlikely to lead to improved outcomes for students. Disproportionality, which has been mentioned by many folks here already today. There's ample research suggesting that students of color are disproportionately recommended for retention in U.S. schools, and there's further evidence that retention in the early grades negatively impacts long-term literacy progress. Thank you for your time and willingness to receive feedback on this proposed literacy policy. MAESP is confident you will do what is best for Maryland students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Byron Johns.
Black and Brown Coalition for Educational Equity and Excellence appreciates the opportunity to comment on the revised draft policy. Our full comments can be found in our submitted written testimony. We're deeply gratified to see MSD has incorporated feedback into the revised policy, which requires partnerships with parents as an integral part of the decision making, and most importantly, ultimately allows parents to waive the decision to retain. The BBC applauds MSD's revision requiring the notification of parents about a child's reading deficiency be family friendly, which we believe must include and understandable, accessible, and culturally sensitive. Further, the BBC strongly endorses the revised requirement that notification to parents include an invitation to collaborate on the development of reading improvement plans. The BBC urges that the policy required that written communication be followed with oral communication that allows parents to ask questions and receive additional explanation. The goal must be to ensure that parents understand in plain language the information being shared and that their children's reading progress. We are concerned the revised policy is silent about assisting parents until the student is retained. There is no reason to wait for retention decision. Moreover, the policy references a read-at-home plan following retention. Those supports seem contingent upon signing a parent contract. Support for at-home reading must be offered early, easily, and freely. The BBC also notes more attention is needed in implementation to better define the precise means for early identification. Schools should not wait for beginning of year reading assessment results to trigger parental notification and initiate student reading improvement plans for students who are not on track. We urge MSD to embrace urgency in student identification, student improvement plans, and immediately consider how LEAs will be accountable for faithful implementation and measure compliance. Finally, the BBC reiterates the concern that research on retention is quite mixed and that many Black and brown parents worry that retention promotes a negative self-concept. Given the importance of the retention decision, we urge the MSDE be even clearer and more straightforward in its policy language. This section should state in bold, easy to find, and understandable language that parents and guardians have the final decision about retention after the LEA shares all the pros and cons. In closing, the BBC remains unequivocal in our support for this policy's goal to ensure that every student receives strong foundation in literacy. We ask MSDE again consider additional literacy intensive options that can encourage students to explore their own interests with the hope of encouraging a love of reading and rather than reading punitive nature of retention.
Thank you for your
Please see
comments.
our written comment.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Shannon Reed. Welcome.
Good afternoon. The literacy policy is timely. I offer my perspective as the parent of 2 graduates of PGCPS and a senior currently in PGCPS. I am also a licensed National Board certified teacher who has taught English in PGCPS since 2001. I've spent the first 10 years of my teaching career with a relatively homogeneous population. After transforming to a large culturally and linguistically diverse high school, I first earned a master's degree in curriculum and instruction focused on TESOL, and then another master's degree as a reading specialist because I needed specialized training. That training empowered me and impacted student learning. The proposed literacy policy can empower entire communities. Every student needs highly skilled teachers. Well-trained, well-supported, committed, licensed teachers are crucial for diverse populations and vulnerable learners. Balancing the expectations placed on teachers with the tenets of the proposal needs to be considered given the number of teachers leaving the profession. New teachers will need time to deepen their content knowledge and pedagogical skill before asking them to support learners who need specialists. Unrealistic demands prompt many teachers to leave in frustration. A person can only learn so much at each level. Creating a 10-year plan of expectations or guidelines for all teachers, which includes the hard deadline of 5 years for teachers to obtain a license, speaks to the need to monitor the development of both students and teachers. Both professional development and specialized study are needed. It will take time to develop the type of robust, systematic professional development that effectively addresses intense and prolonged reading challenges. Many years of experience and 2 master's degrees related to literacy time focus, and knowledge enabled me to collect, analyze, and interpret diagnostic, summative, and formative data. But it was a constant struggle. This struggle suggests that every person, including administrators and literacy coaches, should be required to demonstrate the knowledge expected of teachers as described in the proposed literacy plan. I've been blessed to develop skills, knowledge, and specialized training over time. Even a year's worth of professional development would not have prepared me to support the learners I have had within 4 English 10 classes, with at least 80% of students reading far, far below grade level. Through an extraordinary effort, training, experience, and commitment, 68%, 86%, 40%, and 21% of those students passed their English 10 MCAP during the 22-23 school year. A new or underprepared teacher would be simply overwhelmed. I know why 50% of the students in the class with the 40% pass rate scored between 730 and 749, and 47% of the students in the class with the 21% average came within 10 points of achieving a passing score on their English 10 MCAP. Reading and teaching are biographical in that they begin with each person's story.
Thank you for your
3rd,
comments.
5th, 8th, and 10th grade students would also benefit from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Tawanda Forrest. Welcome. Ms. Forrest? Oh, moving on. I saw we have Teresa Mitchell Dudley. I saw you on there. Welcome. You're still muted.
Don't start my time yet. Okay.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. It is wonderful to see you, President Michael, Dr. Golson. My name is Teresa Mitchell Dudley, and this time I'm here before you as an 8th grade U.S. history teacher at Ellen Ochoa Middle School in Prince George's County, the beautiful Ellen Ochoa Middle School. But I am here as a representative of the Maryland State Council of the NAACP, serving our president, Kobe Little. I was recently appointed the Maryland State Council of the NAACP education chair. We have some issues here with the literacy policy, even the revised policy, and I just want to give you a view from the trenches. We've seen in the past several months the labor report that there was a shortage of teachers, especially in our marginalized, underserved, and vulnerable Black and Brown communities. We also saw that there was a 31% on grade level report that was given previously. The teacher shortage is real. I'm looking at a school that's brand new that we still have a couple of vacancies here, and that's a brand new school. There's nobody in our schools training to be teachers. All of this, well, I say nobody, not enough to cover the need. So when we look around and we say, and we look at our resolutions from the NAACP, that we're calling on members of the educational community, including policymakers, advocates, to join forces to combat discrimination, promote equity, and uplift Black students' voices. How are we going to do that if there are not certified and qualified teachers in front? It is a crisis in front of our children. And as the previous speaker said, it takes a lot of training to do these jobs. We postponed the tutoring for the 9th grade. Look, class size matters to these young children. If you're in a class with 35 students and you need 20 in that class or 18, how are you going to get to mastery by the 3rd grade? Oh, and guess what? Perhaps you might have a vision issue. I'm batting 80% when I refer a child to sit that they need corrective eyewear. So how do we address that? Because they don't really get glasses until they're walking into a wall. And when you move from, I'm in the building, so the announcements are getting ready to come on. Don't take my time. So anyway, when they can't see, in the early grades, the text is big. As they get into 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, the text gets smaller and smaller, and they can't see. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that. I'm gonna keep on going. Class size matter, corrective eyewear matters. certified and qualified teachers? How many conditional teachers do we have in the state right now?
Thank you for your comments.
Are our parents and our tutors trained? We need some support in getting educated and qualified teachers in front of our students.
Thank you.
And that's what we're asking you to focus on as well.
Thanks for joining us. All right. Next, we have Francie Flor Sancon Suarez. Welcome. We'll turn it now to Michelle Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome.
Dr. Mike.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members. I really appreciate the opportunity for this public forum on the policy, the literacy policy. You'll find my full written comments hopefully have been distributed to you. I'm here to emphasize the importance of including in the Students with a Disability Individualized Education Program various components which would need to be added to fully support students with disabilities. Number one, students with disabilities are very likely to require more frequent assessments and different modalities of assessments, not only screen-based assessments. Some students might need in-person or individually administered assessments on a more frequent basis than 3 times a year to catch and intervene with literacy struggles. Any student reading improvement plan should become part of the student's individualized education program. And I think the policy should state by when an IEP team must meet as soon as the school understands that the student might be retained. I think a deadline should be set for that because it would not be equitable or fair for students with disabilities in different circumstances, such as, let's say a second grader who's had an IEP team meet in the June of the second grade year, but now the IEP team doesn't need to meet until after the testing is done in third grade. So I think that it's very important. I mean, if a student is being considered for retention, I would make the case that they're not making sufficient progress, in which case by law, the IEP team needs to meet. I would like to make sure that the document correctly calls the IEP what it is, especially on page 12 and throughout the document. The P in an IEP is for program, not for plan. So that needs to definitely have revisions so that the reader has a full understanding that it is a program. In terms of the good cause exemptions, because I'm a consultant since 1998 all over Maryland and in other states that have already had mandatory retention, I think there should be a good cause exemption added for students' IEPs that during the time of testing or screening did not call for appropriate accommodations. And also look at the grade levels that have already been retained. No student, even in pre-K or preschool, who've been retained should be retained in third grade. And right now the policy only calls for K-2. Thank you very much for hearing my comments, and please see my written comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Felton Moss, Professor Felton Moss.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board of Education. Historically, for Black people in the United States, literacy was much more than the ability to decode words on a page. It was also a tool for liberation and meaning, a tool to combat justice and exclusion. As Dr. Gholdy Muhammad says, a vehicle for joy. I'm Dr. Felton Moss. I'm a professor of education policy and leadership, and I led the NAACP's National Support for Strong Literacy Policies. I reside in Prince George's County, Maryland. My career in education spans from teaching high school English with a 90% passage rate, school turnaround principal, and congressional staff to the House Ed and Labor Committee. The right to read is our nation's most pressing civil rights issue. In fact, not ever learning to read is far more consequential than being held back to learn to read. Any request to delay this policy is a request to deny another generation of Marylanders access to the right to read. Today, I stand before you to express my support for the new literacy policy under consideration. Before relocating to Maryland, I had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the impact that strong literacy policies can have on children's educational outcomes. In Mississippi, where I previously worked, we saw significant literacy gains among both Black and white students due to adopting the science of reading, intensively training in-service teachers, commitments from colleges of education, good cause exemption policies, and providing state-level support with state-assigned literacy coaches. These measures demonstrated that significant progress is possible with the right policies and resources. The policy that is being discussed today is in many ways even stronger than the one we implemented in Mississippi. The 2-year window for districts and families to adapt to the science of reading framework is particularly commendable, as is the provision allowing parents to opt out of retention. The policy represents a crucial step forward for Maryland. However, I must emphasize the importance of state investment in the resources necessary for full implementation. With adequate support, including state-assigned literacy coaches and comprehensive teacher training, we can avoid falling short of our goals and potentially harming the students we aim to help. Today, this board is laying the groundwork for a brighter future for all students to read at grade level. In Mississippi, the first year of our retention policy, we saw 85.2% of third graders meet the literacy benchmarks. Teachers and students both rose to the top. By 2018, that figure had risen to 93.2%. Teachers and students rose to the occasion. NAEP data shows that when these students are in 4th grade, these gains are sustained over time. Maryland can achieve even greater success with the proper support. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your leadership in advancing this critical policy. Thank you for creating a vehicle for joy for our young people here in Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Trish Brennan-Gach. Welcome.
Good afternoon to the members of the State Board of Education, the team from the Maryland State Department of Education, and our colleagues who are here today. My name is Trish Brennan-Gach, and I am the Executive Director of Maryland Reads. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to share our comments on the draft literacy policy. Yesterday, Maryland Matters published an op-ed that our board member, Lisa Blottenberger, and I co-authored. We wrote this piece because we felt that the attention being paid to the retention component of the literacy policy was overshadowing the other equally important elements of the policy, which, when taken together, reflect the most comprehensive approach to reading and literacy this state has taken to date. When investments in screening and assessments, professional development and coaching, student reading improvement plans, and better coordination with families are all woven together, we will have a powerful system of support in this state. Our primary focus should be to ensure that the funding and necessary resources are in place to create an equitable and effective system that serves all students. If we do that well, then retention will truly be an option of last resort, as it should be. And now I'd like to invite our board member, Lisa Blottenberger, and my co-author, to share her perspective.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Blottenberger?
Okay. Good afternoon, members of MSDE and the Maryland Board of Education. My name is Lisa Blottenberger. I'm a Maryland Reads board member and have been working in reading policy space for about 10 years. I'm also the mom of a child that has been significantly impacted with dyslexia, who is now about to graduate as a nurse. And I am running a reading center in St. Mary's County where I've helped over 300 families over the last 9 years. I am thrilled to see MSDE putting forth a serious, comprehensive policy plan to implement significant change. And I'm very thankful MSDE is listening to the feedback they're continuing to receive. MSDE has laid the groundwork for a complex task, but a necessary one, ending our reading crisis. This is the most comprehensive effort we've seen to address this crisis in our state. This policy continues the great work initiated by State Board member Dr. Joan Millie McCarthy when she partnered with MSDE to develop the 2016 Task Force report to study the implementation of a reading and dyslexia education program. My one message today is simple. As President Emeritus Crawford urged, let's come together and collaborate. With MSDE at the helm and organizations like the Reading League Maryland, MILE, ASDEC, Decoding Dyslexia Maryland, Maryland Reads, and other professional reading organizations, we can combine our efforts to utilize the science of reading and research, school experiences, advocacy, and outside of the box thinking to create a layered policy that can support schools, teachers, children, and families. I encourage you to create a forum where we can collaborate. Together, working together, we can close the literacy gap. Thank you for your commitment to improving literacy outcomes for all of our Maryland students.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Blottenberg. That concludes our comments. That concludes our comments for this public hearing. We thank all members of the public who participated in this public hearing, and we take your comments seriously and under advisement as we are considering this policy matter. All right, with that, we are going to transition now to our state superintendent's update. Dr. Wright, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, I think we're going to start my update. If my comms folks are there, IT folks are there for our little video, brief video that we're going to start. A welcome back to school video. Here we go.
Welcome back to school, Maryland.
Let's make it a great year.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome back to school, Maryland. Welcome back.
All Maryland students,
Wishing you the best school year yet.
have a great year.
Let's have a successful year.
Welcome back to school. We shine.
We look forward to helping our students pursue their dreams together.
From our great community.
Let's have a great one.
Best wishes to all of the staff and students across the state of Maryland.
It's going to be the best year ever.
Welcome back to school.
And we're excited to transform and perform together.
Here's to a year of inspiring curiosity, creativity, and success.
What an exciting time it is.
The 2024-2025 school year is here, and I can't wait to get started. Welcome back to school, Maryland. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I tell you what, our comms team is the best ever, and we've got another little surprise for you right before I quit. I mean, quit this evening. It's been a long... No. That's going to make the news. That is going to make the news.
No surprises,
I can just feel
Dr.
it
Wright.
coming now. Oh, my God.
No surprises.
I can't believe I just said that. Team, ignore what I just said. Oh, Lord. It's been a day. All right, I want to bring a quick update about a lot of different things. We've been meeting regularly with PSAM, which is our Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, and in July, we had a really robust conversation around the Assessment and Accountability Task Force, and also we provided them updates at that time about what was coming to them around the literacy policy. Kelly Meadows provided information on how their districts can design and implement the in-district training programs for conditionally licensed teachers so that they can earn their license. And districts that are interested can certainly apply to us for approval of that. In August, we had a great opportunity to hear some of their concerns related to the blueprints requirement for pre-K expansion and the teacher collaborative time, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The blueprint calls for at least 40% of a teacher's day to be non-teaching. And I've got to say, I really appreciate the superintendent's candor and willingness to really lean in and try and produce solutions to issues rather than just simply saying, this is a concern. We did some what we call LEA budget deep dives. I kept hearing from the superintendents that they were concerned about the foundation formula, and this was ongoing, but I thought we really needed to get into the weeds to really figure out what was going on, what were their concerns. So we met with, Alex and I conducted deep dives with 3 districts to really think about what can be done to support LEAs with their upcoming FY26 budget development. And they really talked a lot about the challenges of implementing the blueprint plans while facing rising costs and funding shortfalls. And part of what they shared was not only about the rising costs, but for things like around transportation. The cost of transportation is going up, the cost of health benefits is going up, and they are concerned that the costs of running schools have outpaced the foundation per pupil funding. They explained some of the components of the blueprint, specifically that minimum school funding requirement, commonly referred to as 75-25 piece, as reducing their flexibility and autonomy in allocating resources based upon the needs of their local context. And finally, related to the teacher collaborative time, They're concerned that they're going to have to hire additional bodies in order to pull this off. And so when we're facing a teacher shortage, that's a huge concern. But I want to say these were 3-hour blocks of time with each superintendent and his or her CFO. And I've got to say that they came prepared. They in a time when school's getting ready to start, for superintendents to lean in like that, I thought spoke volumes, and their openness to really discuss what their issues were. Advisory councils launch. I promised you that we were going to have advisory councils, and indeed we are. We're going to be launching several of them, actually. We are going to, this is a way for us to really, for me, quite frankly, and staff, to open up a dialogue with various stakeholder groups. So we are going to be forming these groups around students, families, teachers, principals, and superintendents, as well as our higher ed leaders. One of the things when I first got to Mississippi, we did not have that feedback loop at all. And I can tell you that establishing these advisory committees where you've got boots on the ground in each of these stakeholder groups was powerful. And I've also got to admit the group that was open and honest probably more than any other was our students. They did not hesitate to let you know exactly what they were thinking, and I loved every minute of it. But having a voice to talk about our work keeps us informed and helps guide the work in the direction that we're taking. So we're going to, these applications are going to go live on this week. And all those groups that I mentioned, you're able to apply. And superintendents, if you are out there listening, all of you will have an opportunity to join the Superintendent's Advisory Council if you so wish to. So we're anxious to get that started as well. The Assessment and Accountability Task Force last met in July. We are making, I think, huge progress on developing recommendations to revise the accountability system before the legislative session. The July meeting focused on measures of academic achievement and growth, graduation rate, and college and career readiness. And I've got to say that this is a very thoughtful, very collaborative group, very broad-based, and are spending a lot of their time with us. We are about at the midpoint of what we're expecting to have done. And we are pivoting, and our September meeting is really now pivoting to assessment. We spent a lot of time talking about accountability and the accountability models, and now we're pivoting to assessment and what should a good, strong assessment look like. On August 13th, I had the opportunity to visit Morgan State University School of Education and Urban Studies. I met with the school's dean, Dr. Glenda Prime, the assistant dean, Dr. Tracy Roan, the chair of the Teacher Education and Urban Studies, Dr. Thurman Bridges, and leaders of the National Center for the Elimination of Educational Disparities, commonly referred to as NCED, and Dr. Maria Starfin, who I know from past experiences, is the center director, and Daryl Williams is also working along with her. They opened this center, and it is very new, to improve outcomes for Black, Latino, and economically disadvantaged children in Maryland and in the United States. And they want to partner with us as we are working on principal preparation, and also how can we get more of our conditionally certified teachers fully licensed. So they also have some work that they want to do in AI. So those are areas that all apply to us, and so I said, count us in. We had a signing ceremony and a wonderful Taiwanese luncheon. Thank you, Ms. Chang, for all of your leadership with this, where this is concerned. We had representatives of the Taiwanese Ministry of Education to renew our partnership to promote bilingualism and multiculturalism through the international exchange programs for students and teachers. And I'm really excited because the Visiting Teachers Program will allow teachers from Taiwan to teach Chinese languages and Mandarin language immersion classes in Maryland. And the Students and Educators Exchange Program will enable Maryland teachers to take groups of their students to study abroad in Taiwan. So it's a win-win for everybody. Dr. Michael was here, Board Member Chang, State Senators Dr. Lamb, and State Senator Benjamin Brooks, State Delegate Mike Rogers, special guests from the Office of the Secretary of State, the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office, Maryland Commission for Women, and the Prince George's County. And I really have got to say, your leadership was so very critical in pulling this off. And it went off without a hitch, and I think everybody was really very, very pleased. So once again, thank you for that. Kindergarten readiness update. As you know, Renaissance Learning has won the award for the kindergarten readiness assessment, as well as our assessment that's going to test not only kindergartners but pre-K students starting in 25-26. This came in a lot later than we thought, so we weren't able to pull off a fall assessment. But in the coming months, we're going to be providing training opportunities for LEAs to get them familiar with the format and the content of the new assessment. So we're going to spend a year of preparation in time for the professional learning that's needed prior to the administration in the fall of next year. Our expert review teams are going to be visiting now schools that we have identified. They are groups of educators that are meeting around the state. This year they are going to be focusing on ELA and math as opposed to just the school writ large. There's going to be 158 elementary schools, and these schools were selected based on the most recent MCAP results, and the selected schools have either the lowest or the highest proficiency rates, the largest increase or decrease in proficiency over the last 2 years, or the lowest proficiency rates among students with disabilities or multilingual learners. And we will send that list of schools to be reviewed to the superintendents at the end of the month. I had an amazing podcast interview from the American Enterprise Institute. It was called The Report Card. Nat Malkus, who is the Senior Fellow and Deputy Director at AEI. It was a great conversation. I mean, it was an hour-long conversation, and it really was a conversation. It was the first time I really felt it was this huge give and take. And so we talked everything from my work in Mississippi to all the initiatives that are underway in Maryland, and just about every other topic you can think of in public education. So he had done his notes. But the podcast aired last week and is also available on the AEI website. And as was mentioned here about AI, we are collaborating with Senator Katie Frey-Hester where AI is concerned. As I told you and was mentioned here, SREB has convened that group. That commission that we're working with them on is 60 policymakers, education leaders, and business executives across 16 states. So it's a pretty diverse group, and so we will get more information about that. And last but not least is back to school. So first I want to finally welcome all the Maryland students, educators, staff, and families back to school. This is an exciting time, not only for the communities, but for the staff here in the department. And I was privileged to speak at a kickoff event for all the teachers in Caroline County School District last week. All the teachers, all the administrators, almost all of their district leaders, and all of their board members in one school auditorium. So just picture that. And it was day one, and they had cowbells, and they had pom-poms, and they had the whole thing. It was just so much energy in that room, and just hats off. It was just, it reminded me so much of my days as a principal, when you're looking forward to being that person out in front of school and watching all these little ones come in, and parents coming in, and it was, and those are the memories that bring back and warm my heart. And we also, Dr. Michael and I, visited Anne Arundel County yesterday with Superintendent Mark Bedell, and obviously then joined the principal, Principal Wash, who is amazing. She has a dual language program in her school, and she had her list of where we were to go. And I mean to tell you, just about an hour later, we were in and out of every classroom you can imagine. But watching going from a flip to an all English to an all Spanish class was just fascinating, particularly when you're looking at the same grade level. So they spend half their day in English and half their day in Spanish, and then the next day it flips, and they spend half the day in Spanish and then half the day in English. So it was really exciting. And they're also a restorative practice school. So in the little community circle, the teacher said, well, how do you feel about returning to school? And this little boy said with the biggest grin on his face, he goes, I am super, super happy. And that was just kind of the mood of the day, which was really sweet. But it was great to be there. And we are launching a series of school visits. I can't wait, that are going to span the entire school year. We will be in all 24 districts. And I am so excited to see all the excellent teaching and learning that's taking place across the state. And we're going to come back and recognize that so that you know exactly what's going on. There's so many wonderful things that are happening. And I think it's really important that we lift that up for you and lift that up for the public that watches our shows. So without further ado, I'm going to give you a little taste of what we had so you can run our video. A montage of the day. Here we go. This feels fantastic. It brings back many memories of my time as a principal and being able to be out front and greeting all these lovely faces and parents that are coming in and watching teachers get so excited about the fact that they've got students in front of them again. And this is a dual language school, so it was great to see some of the classes in Spanish and some of the classes in English. And this is just a really exciting time for me as an educator to be here.
We wanted to come here because it is the first community school that we've had in our school district. Every single year, this school has been trending in the right direction.
It means so much to have Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael from the State Board here today. It really shows they value our community, and we're so grateful to have them here, to see our beautiful school, to hear about our dual language program, to see all the benefits of our community school strategy, to see all of the greatness that Blueprint has brought to our school. We're just all really excited for the start of the school year. It's a really great way to start the year.
It's an incredibly exciting time of year for students, families, teachers. We have great things in store in the year ahead. For us at the State Board, right now we're very focused on literacy policy. We know that when students are ready to read, they're ready to learn.
Welcome back. This is going to be a year that we're really focusing on reading and how important it is to learn to read, because I can tell you that once you learn to read and read well, there's absolutely nothing in this world that you cannot do. And I want to Daniel, come and step in here a minute. I want to recognize this young man right here because he is our videographer extraordinaire. So Daniel, thank you. The comms team has just done an amazing job with this, and it really is a team that knows how to put it all together, and I just want to say thank you to them, because without them we couldn't have produced all of this. So, and that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Any questions or comments from board members on Dr. Wright's report? All right, well, let's keep it moving then. Next up, we have our State Board committee reports. I'll start with Ms. McCusker on education policy.
Thank you. Education policy did not meet in the month of August, but we do meet again in September. On September the 12th, we have a new time that we're meeting. Our new time is 4 o'clock for the beginning of our meeting time. We welcome the public to take a look at our meetings and be informed in what we're doing with policy.
Great. And Mr. Crawford with Transformation and Finance.
Yes, our next meeting will be September the 10th at 4 o'clock. Welcome the public to dial in and participate, hear what we're having to say. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, moving on then. Opportunity for board members' input on future agenda items. Well, we have a packed September anyway. So
yeah,
it's
gonna
excellent. Any announcements from board members? All right, Mr. Schoen, you're up for our opinions.
Thank you, President. Good morning, good afternoon, board members. We have two matters to report today. One is in the matter of request for removal of a local board member. Renee Dixon, the board voted to refer the matter to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a hearing. The second matter is a student transfer matter. It's State Board Opinion 24-16. It's Brenda F. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, and the State Board affirmed the local board's transfer decision.
Thank you
That's
very
all I
much.
have. Thank you.
All right, I believe that's all we have. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Dr. Getty, is there a second? Mr. Greer, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Meeting is adjourned.